This one's hardcore. I told him that I'm rip I go behind him, I pretend to rip out his spine, and then I pretend to rip out his skull and then drink the juice from his skull. And and I said, I just ripped out your spine, ripped out your skull, drank the drank the blood from your skull, and then he said he remembered that conversation, and we've been talking for 17 years ever since.
Oh my gosh, I think you just found your brand. You are the artist with humor.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not the artist, but I might make the art for a cover of a book that I plan on writing called Miracles about 2000 years of history of miracles. But yeah, yeah. Oh.
Okay, so you are the humorous creative.
Yeah.
It was a
Thank you.
pleasure meeting you, Daryl. We have about 30 seconds left, and you've got a beautiful smile.
This is a rock, paper, scissors. I'm just kidding. All right. Well, have a great rest of the Smile-A-Thon.
Yes, you too. And really look me up on Facebook. I'm going to hook you up with a community that can help you get your branding off the ground.
Sounds
Is
good.
is Kenny my next guest? Yay, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time, Kenny. Okay, I have some questions that I saved to ask you. Let me find them. Okay, so you're done doing your jumping jacks. How did that feel this morning?
Hmm, well, I had a great sleep and I drank like a lot of water, so I'm doing good.
Fully hydrated and smiling. I love that. Okay, so let's move into the meat of this conversation. First thing I want to ask you is what is your favorite book?
My favorite book is my America book or my biography. I have both of those. So, do you have any questions about one of the books?
Yes, it's your biography. At
Yeah.
what age did you write it? And what kind of stories are in it? Is it about school or is it about things you do after school?
So I wrote my biography right here. When I was 10, about to be 10 years old. And inside the book, it's morely about me remembering what it was like to be a kid. And so when I grow up, I could read it again and like try to remember some stuff.
Wow. You know what? That is a great idea for adults. Go back and think about before you were 10 and write about it and see what kind of memories. Or better yet, get your kids to do it now so they could review it later. So, your first 10 years, what kind of things did you think about when you were writing this book that made it into the book? Give people a little teaser of what they could expect if they read your book.
So in my book, it says philosophies for a better life and world. So inside of the book, there are like things that I would do if I had $1 million. What I believe. Uh, I have like a lot of reasons why I think stuff is good and bad, and also I have facts. I have parts of my life um that that I could share. I have like thoughts on cars, I have thoughts on cats, I have thoughts on what I would like to change, and there's a there's a part that says how to become creative.
Oh, can you share a little bit about that?
Okay, so the way I said to be creative is that I got a lot of things that require a lot of reasoning and creativity, like Legos, like electricity kits, drawing, painting, and building things. So I got really creative off that. So if people like adjust themselves to being creative when they're younger, they could be like really creative because I made a book character called Captain Boogers, and that in third grade. So I I loved that character. So
Okay.
yeah.
Captain Boogers.
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. You've got to tell us about that.
Okay, so in second grade, it was the pandemic, so we were doing it over computer. So in third grade, we had all the same kids. So I have remembered what it was. I mean, oh wait, it was first grade that was online. Yeah, I know it was second grade online. So anyway, in third grade, I had a teacher, Miss Braun, and I was with a lot of kids who like had the same humor as me, as in like something random. But that was like a while ago, so I don't remember too much. But I do remember um I didn't even know what Cabbages and Underpants was. I mean, I heard about him in a book, but I never knew he had like a show, and I never knew anything about him. So I didn't actually think about it at all when I created Captain Boogers. I just created it, and it being random, and he has the weirdest characteristics.
Is that a book now that people could buy and read?
I wrote it as a book in third grade, and it's inside of this little notebook. It's about like 15 pages long, but it's really short, and it's about Captain Boogers and his, I would say, like his fights and other characters.
I am just totally intrigued. I think you need to write a whole book about Captain Boogers.
Okay.
So tell me, another thing that I heard you say that's in your book about your first 10 years is, what would you do with $1 million? Not what was in the book, but now that you're older and you're more grown up, what would you do with $1 million?
So let me remember. Wait, do you want my current opinion or my opinion last year?
Or, well, tell us how it evolved over time.
Okay, so I said that I would like invest in many like currencies. I would like get a better house. I'll give my parents a better car. I would like start a business like my dad, because $1 million is a lot. But that would only be a little bit. But with the rest, I would just like I would give them to local animal shelters and stuff like that. So yeah, that's how I'd spend $1 million without having any to save.
I love that. And you're a cat lover, right? I love cats
Yeah.
too. Tell me about your cats.
Okay, so I have Leo and Lily. Let me see if there's a photo. Is there a photo? Um, yeah, I don't think it's in this book, but Leo and Lily. Leo, he's a male, and he's a tuxedo cat. He has white paws, white feet, and he also has like a white nose and a white belly and a white neck. Yeah, Leo just meowed. And Lily, she's full gray, and she's a female, and she is really fast and really fit. So yeah, Leo's a big chunk of dunk, but
Chucky. Oh my goodness. Look at that. I want a hug. I want a hug. I love kitties too. So earlier this morning, your dad and Dakota were showing us pictures of your kitty cats in your book. Were they in your zoo book?
Yeah, they were. That's why I was checking my biography.
Okay, well, tell us about your zoo book and how your cats fit into that story.
Oh, the zoo book. So it's about basically animals in a zoo being caged and trapped, and so are their feelings. So I made a book because one day I was like, how does a zoo animals feel being trapped in a cage all day in like a 30 v 30 box? So my cats relevate because they were inside of like a cage, somewhat cage, at the PetSmart, which has good quality cages, but I still consider it a cage because they can't move that much. And also the cage is only like 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, so it's just a little square that they could roam around in.
So at PetSmart, you got to see them and you said, those are the ones I want?
Yeah, I just saw them the other day. Leo was just depressed, and Lily was reaching her paws out to me from the cage because she was like a little baby, so her paws could fit through the cage holes, and she was like that to
She
me.
wanted you. She picked you.
Mm.
Yeah, we went to the Humane Society and we went looking for a dog one time. And there was this cat, it had thumbs, and they're called Hemingway cats, and it was saying, pick me, pick me. So let's see. Okay, as we wrap up our time, tell us about your favorite smile moment.
My favorite smile moment is when my oh yeah, when I sent a letter to the President Biden and my book, and then he actually wrote back. So I have a signature, I have the golden stamp, and it's in my America book. I'm pretty sure I have a photo in there.
Oh, I heard about that America book. Tell us more about it because people could go on Amazon and get your America book.
So my America book, it's basically about my favorite places, and if you're like a tourist or a you're a tourist or just visiting family, you should this is where you should go. Like I said, Mission Barbecue, they have great food. Um,
Yeah,
I
we have that all
have
the way down in Florida.
mm, I also said the Statue of Liberty, New York City, Ellis Island more specifically. Ellis Island, my bad. The Empire State Building, the Times Square, and then the memorial, the 9/11 Memorial Museum in New York City, the Gateway Arch, and under each one of these, there's like facts about it to tell you more about what the place is and how it's important, and like all the good like facts. So
I see an arm there that wants you to talk about
Yeah,
something
there's a certain
specific.
page I want him to check out. It's there's you can show off that
oh
real quick.
yeah, Mission Barbecue. I go here like every year for my birthday.
Oh, how cool.
And you were born on Flag Day.
Yeah, I was also born on Flag Day, which is why it takes up 2 pages.
And
So
then if
your
you
birthday's coming up, or
just
was just?
read this, please.
Okay, so um this is a page that is not really about a place, it's about America in general. It's about the heroes that are willing to keep us safe and die for our freedom. So
Did
it's
you want to read some of that for us?
okay, so my absolute favorite thing about America is that we honor and remember our heroes. They fight to keep us safe, and we are willing to die for our freedom. This book does not exist without the heroes who serve as first responders and in our military. So, yeah, like a shout out to the military and first responders.
Well, did you know I was in the Navy and the Army?
Oh, wow.
Show,
Both.
show all the presidents. And
Oh, so This one's about the peace and better world with our presidents.
Okay. Who was your favorite president?
Probably Abraham Lincoln because of like all of his things that he did. So I feel like he was the most important president and my favorite.
That is awesome detail because most kids your age would have said somebody within their lifetime. I love that you are a history fan. Okay. In history, tell us about one little nugget, something that really stands out to you in the history of the US.
Something that stands out to me is that's a tough question. There are a lot of things that stand out to me. So we have Disney World, which I'm pretty sure it's the only Disney World. I'm pretty sure there's more Disneylands, but not Disney Worlds. We have the Universal Resort. I am just gonna say in general the theme parks, and also we have like the best fast food, which is a good thing and a bad thing. But we also have like, in my opinion, the best museums. Like military wise, we have like the best Air Force museums, and we have like actual one-to-one model replicas.
Yeah, I love museums too. Oh my goodness, it's 9 o'clock. I was just so having so much fun talking to you. We let ourselves run out of time.
Okay.
How do people reach you, Kenny?
Oh yeah, people reach me by they could go on Perfect Publishing. They could contact my dad from there. They could I'm pretty sure there will be like a URL code, a QR code in the description, or a URL code, and then you could click that, and then you could get some information so you could communicate.
You could also look you up on Amazon. I've done
Yeah,
that
you can
and
do that.
checked out some of your books.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Francine.
Thank you so much for talking to me. I look forward to doing this again sometime.
Hmm.
And now it's time to introduce our next guest. Who is it? Will our next guest unmute and show your face on camera, please? Okay, I guess you're all stuck looking at me some more. Should I just stand here, sit here, and make funny faces? Robert is hosting now. Robert, hello, Robert. Oh, Robert, you're hosting and I'm the guest now. We're switching up. Hi, Robert.
How we doing this morning?
Great, Robert. I haven't met you yet. Can you tell me a little bit about you?
Sure. Well, I am kind of I like to refer to myself as the leper with the most fingers. I have been working with Kin now for the past 8 or 10 months, and I am just kind of the technology guy, if you will. They call me the AI guy, but I am the person who is working with authors to develop their ghostwriting and compilation skills. And what I like to do is I like to leverage technology in whatever way I can to make me and others more productive. And the way that we do that is by using and leveraging AI to enhance the quality and structure of the books that some of our authors choose to write. So it's all about really making things better and not replacing anybody. And that's one of the biggest concerns people have. But I'm kind of a lifelong computer nerd, and I really enjoy what I do. And but mostly what I enjoy is helping other people and helping them to use the technologies that I'm familiar with to create a better world and create a better book and create a better space.
I love that you said that AI is enhancing, not replacing.
Absolutely. That's the whole point. So many times we see new technologies and we fear them because we fear that we're going to be replaced by them. And I'm not saying that there are jobs that exist now that won't 10 years from now or 5 years from now. But look at where we're at right now. There's so many jobs that exist now that didn't exist 20 or 30 years ago. So it's really about just changing your mindset. And when it comes to AI, I see that there are two types of people. The On one side, you have people who look at AI and say, "What can it do for me?" And on the other side, you have people who say, "What can I do with it?" And there's a very big distinction there. The one side, is not going to work out because it's not going to do anything. AI is just a button on a computer. It's not going to wake up one morning and say, "Hey, I'd like to write a book. Hey, I'd like to write a kid's book." Well, it doesn't know what it means to be a kid, you know, but somebody can get on their computer and say, "Hey, I'd like to write a book about my childhood or about my business or about my philosophies on life." And you can use AI to really pull those thoughts together, and you can tell it what you think, and you can, and AI is not just this big nebulous cloud. It's a series of large learning models and different companies that provide the services. But there's another misconception about AI, that once you tell it it's like the internet, everybody knows it. And that's just not how it works. It's so one of my missions at this point is really to try and share those understandings about what AI is and what it isn't, because there's so much misinformation, I guess. People just really don't have a clear understanding what it is. So part of my job with Perfect Publishing is really to educate people, to share the truth about what AI is, at least what I can perceive it to be, based on my 40-year lens of working in technology, but also to share with people how they can really help to create a better book, one that's more likely to be effective in the marketplace, one that's more likely to share a message in a way that they want to share it, the authors want to share it, one that's more likely to have shelf life. We talk about future-proofing things now. If you have a book that's based on current information, it's more likely to create a situation where you have a longer shelf life for a product than you did if you were basing it on references that you found 2 years ago. Things change quickly these days.
That is so true because I was an electrician or aircraft electrician in the military. And
Hmm.
I just saw over 30 years how that technology changed. But to even go back further, I was a cashier at Target, which is kind of like Walmart back then.
Oh yeah.
And I used to do everything, that was back before scanners.
Yeah.
So when they came out with scanners, people were all upset. Oh my God, this is going to take cashiers' jobs. You don't need as many cashiers if they aren't inputting the information. But could you imagine standing in line at Christmas time without scanners now? And it's
Well, I,
just,
I don't know if you've been to Sam's lately, but you can almost just walk out the store and it knows what you bought.
yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. But the point I want to make here is that it's not taking jobs. It's
No.
just changing the way jobs happen. So
Yes.
instead of having the people there putting keys into the cashier or even the swiper swiping stuff from your cart, now it's moving into a more technical field. The people writing the code, the people building the machines, the people repairing the machines. It's not taking place of, it's just changing.
Exactly. Well, Francine, this is your time to speak, and I've saw several of your sessions yesterday, and I've worked with you, And I'm so pleased to have you here. You know, part of what we do at Perfect Publishing, I believe, is one of the things that makes us unique is that we bring such diverse talents and skills and perspectives together to not only share our message, but also to help others to create and share theirs. And today's topic being, you know, about all about smiles, and you're one of those people that always ends with a smile. You have a wonderful smile, and it's a great reflection, if you will, of our message at Perfect Publishing. Is there something you'd like to share with us this morning? Maybe you could take the reins or just kind of go more into your experience with Perfect Publishing and how it's helping you to accomplish your goals.
What I'd like to talk about now, I've already talked about my children's books and all of that. What I'd like to talk about is a new project. It's a collaboration I'm working on. It's a anthology book my group is creating, and it is called Believe That You Can, dot, dot, dot. People who believed they could and did.
Fill in the blanks.
This is a team of creatives. My partners, one is a singer-songwriter who wrote her own one-woman show, and one is a singer somewhere in the genre of grunge or heavy metal. And of course, I'm an author. We have come together for this Believe retreat where creatives come together once a week, every Tuesday at 4:30, and we talk about being creative and how to turn our passion into profit. And then we had this great idea since I met Ken, and we have this beautiful relationship with Perfect Publishing. We decided to create this anthology of creatives to help them tell their stories about their art, to help them boost their brand. And the way we want to do this is through this one-year program where we help creatives write their chapter for this book. We will come together in 3 different workshops to help write these chapters. And then in September, we're having this great big live in-person event in Jacksonville. And that's going to be our pre-launch event where we do all of the headshots and we do all of the promo videos and promotional materials. And then we're going to teach you what to do once the book is released and how to promote it. And that's where the beauty is. That's the first 6 months of the one-year program. The second 6 months is putting that action plan into practice. That's getting on each other's podcasts and talking about our stories too. Not only promote the book, but build content around your brand for your social media. Because I have found that a lot of the creatives, they love creating their art. They love writing their songs. They love singing in front of live audiences, but they hate promoting themselves. What if you had 49 co-authors helping you promote this book we're writing together and
Mhm.
then promoting you, your art, and your brand so you can affect more lives, spread more smiles with your art, and affect more people. If you are at all interested in joining this anthology, and if you're already a seasoned writer, that's even better because we're all going to come together and do this and help those who aren't those seasoned writers boost themselves up with their stories and spread these smiles and these stories out into the world to inspire the next generation of creators like Kenny, who I just talked to in the previous 15-minute segment. Let's, or even better, here's a little plug. Kenny, Would you join our anthology and talk about being a 10-year-old writer? Or parents out there, are your children creatives who would like to write a chapter and get into this book? That's what I have going on in my adult world beyond, well, of course, my children's book. And in my chapter in Believe You Can, I believed I could be a children's writer, even though my heart was telling me I couldn't, and my mind was telling me I couldn't, but I believed I could. And with help from Ken and Perfect Publishing, I did. And my chapter in the Believe You Could Can book is how I went from adult self-help author and rolled into children's author. And I would love to hear your story. I only have 1 minute left. So are there any questions? I will be putting a link in the comments about the Believe Retreat anthology and how you can be a part of it. We are also looking for sponsors. And if there are any philanthropists out there listening to this, we are also looking for donors to build a scholarship fund for those who believe they could and did, but don't have the financial backing to be a part of this project.
I love how you framed that in the notion that you went from I could, then I would, then I did. Or maybe the other way around, I would, then I could, then I did. Because there is a transition that happens not only from the accomplishment, but in the person that's doing the work. It's a lot different to say, I want to do something than it is to say, I did something. And that's truly an affirmation of your ability and each person's ability once they choose to go from I would to I did.
And oh, just 10 more seconds. For those people thinking about writing a book and you just say, I don't know how, I don't know where to start. Writing 1,000-word chapter will get your feet wet so you could say, I did. And then your brain says, I've already did it once. I could do it again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we're so glad to have you on this morning, Francine.
Thank you.
So glad to have you as part of our team and part of our ambassador group for Perfect Publishing, but also just to see that beautiful smile on your face and the energy that you exude and looking at the work that you've done and the messages that you want to share. Sometimes children's books are overlooked in the publishing world. They're not taken seriously, but we've had you and other publishers come on and enlighten us about how many adults read those children's books and are able to get value from them as well.
Thank
So
you.
thanks for being on today. Keep smiling. We look forward to having you on again. Our next guest today is going to be Dr. Paul Miller. Do we have Dr. Miller in the chat?
I am here and thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. So glad to have you with us. My name is Robert Bernay. I'm the AI guy at not at Mama Pearls, but at Perfect Publishing. And we are in our umpteenth hour today with the Smile-A-Thon. The sun has come up and we've got a few cups of coffee in us, and we're so glad to have you with us. So glad to see you smiling this morning. Would you care to share just a little bit about who you are and what you do? And we'll move on to allow you to share your message as well.
No, I appreciate it. Yes, I'm Dr. Paul Miller, and I am an author and an educator for the last 25 years, been in education, and an author of 5 books, will be 6 soon with the children's book coming out.
Fantastic. Do you have a message you want to share with us this morning, or did
Oh,
you
absolutely.
do a question and answer?
Nope, we got a message, and we'll get started if
Well,
that's all
you've got
right.
about 13 minutes, so my friend, enjoy your time. We look forward to hearing how you can help everyone to elevate their smiles today.
I need the screen share enabled, please. Thank you. Still waiting for the screen share. So, uh, my name is Dr. Paul Miller, and I am here to share the School of Smiles with everybody. Um, and what I really want people to understand and walk away with is, as a longtime educator, so providing some context and background. I've been educated for 25 years. In my last placement where I was a school leader, I ran two schools. The school that I ran were 97% Black and brown young men and 90% poverty. However, we averaged a 95% graduation rate, 100% acceptance to college, 25 million in scholarship money. We were changing the narrative specifically for Black and brown young men because this country currently has not set up systems that work for Black and brown young men when it comes to education. So we're trying to change that. And with the School of Smiles, we want young men who have smiles like this. We want young men who are happy to go to school, whose school is changing the narrative for them and giving them the ability to have the greatest equalizer, which is education. So, Black boys are not broken. They're often grieving. So when the Black boy is sitting in the back with the hoodie on, notebook empty, fake smile, they're not lazy. Sometimes they're just a little lost and scared and convinced that no one sees them. So has anyone asked why he hated school? Has anyone noticed that he was grieving that his cousin was shot last year? But often our educators who don't quite always look like them are just want to write them up and chalk it away to discipline. So what ends up happening is this is often the face of the school to prison pipeline and where it all begins at. Because too many smiles are missing. And they're missing because the reality is that the young Black man is not trying to um, be angry. He's just trying to protect himself. And currently in the schools throughout the country, 1 in 3 Black boys expect to be incarcerated at some point in time. And they are building prisons right now due to reading gaps in the third grade. They're making projections on how many prisons are needed. I'm in a city where I'm from Rochester, New York, where the proficiency around that third and fourth grade mark is somewhere around 2% in math and 8% in ELA. So they're already calculating that a lot of prisons are going to get built. Suspension rates are 3 times higher than their white peers. 40% of Black students with disabilities are suspended or expelled. There's over policing and under supported classrooms. So this isn't education, it's just system neglect. And so the goal here is to utilize education and utilize some of the methods that we're going to talk about to be able to change education and change it specifically for Black and brown young men who have the ability to succeed and have the ability to smile, and it's inside of them, but we're going to help them get there by changing how we do education. So often the current systems have low expectations and implicit bias. There's harsh disciplines for minor behaviors, isolation from learning, mistrust from adults, and they're pushing kids out. We're building prisons, and we're not addressing the pain. And at the end of the day, uh, we're building a trap, not a system. So our goal is we have to do things differently. So for all my educators out there who have the ability, now it's time to make the effort. If you knew better, you would do better, and you would work on changing some of these things. Because school often feels like a setup. So when the young men come, they often feel unseen, unheard, misread, misjudged, punished for their pain because a lot of it is rooted in their trauma. And then they're rewarded for their silence. So when the young Black man is quiet, they feel like they're behaved. And a lot of times they're getting moved on and passed over. So this is how too many Black boys feel in America. And so it's not defiance, it's often self-defense. And so it's understanding that. It's understanding that so we can make education what it needs to be again. But before they smile, they need to be seen. So the first time that they've been asked, are they good? And actually believed it. So who was the adult that needs to look through him that doesn't look away? For me, as a teacher, is one of the most important people that could ever come into a child's life. Like you don't remember the content a lot of times. And there's some of us that remember content. Well, for me, it was more about how did your teacher make you feel? I was going through a lot as a youth, and they gave me the ability to work through having the support that I needed. So I remember the fifth grade teacher, Miss White Cork, or Dave Kayeza in seventh and eighth grade home-based planning room, or Walter Yankee, who ended up, would cook us meals in high school. But it was because they took the time to build relationships with students. And that's what leaders need to do. And that's what teachers need to do, because it all starts with a relationship if you want to change a young man's life. So it's how that coach or teacher showed up with you uh, and for you. And what is their presence, and how does their presence affect you? Because that has to come first and foremost before we just dive into the education. So relationships are built on a foundation, and so that's the first pillar. So there's four pillars that should happen in every good school, and these four pillars should take precedent, and specifically best practices for educating Black and Brown young men. So with relationships as the foundational pillar, you need to daily build trust rituals, check-in, shout-outs, listening, showing them young men that you care. Staff who know the story behind the silence. Like, staff need to be able to integrate, dive deep with kids, and build relationships in order to be able to foster the success that's needed. Learning and understanding culture before curriculum. The first day of school, you don't want teachers just diving into the X's and O's and the pluses and the minuses. You need to develop a culture within your classroom, but you also need to develop a culture of understanding the children that you're working with. And then the mentorship should not be exceptional, I mean, the exception to the rule. It should be what's expected. It should be happening, and it should be built into the school to really develop the relationships that you need, because everything else is really about trust, and the trust that's built is the classroom that you're going to have. The second pillar is instruction. Now, instruction should heal, not harm. So, teaching content that reflects identity. Um, what's disheartening is this country has moved to taking away the history and taking away diversity, equity, and inclusion. However, the rules and the systems are still in place that are exacerbating the failures. And so we have all of these young men, and we have these statistics that are showing that often Black males are the lowest performing, but the content doesn't always reflect their identity. Projects need to be purposeful around their community, infuse joy into rigor, design lessons that are trauma aware, because we know that there's so much historical trauma that was built for 400 years that has been used to systematically oppress often young Black males, and we have to change that. So the key elements of trauma are are providing for trauma-informed practices is providing a safe environment, creating a safe environment, building trust, regulating that support, help the students learn to manage their emotions, not the behavior, avoid re-traumatization, use restorative approaches over punitive discipline, hearing their voice, putting their voice at the forefront of what they need and want, to making them an important part of their education. And staff training, make sure your educators know how to recognize it and that they choose empathy, not punishment. And there's nothing wrong with consequences and having high expectations, but you have to have an empathetic lens where you're caring more and understanding what's happening, so you can meet somebody where they're at and pull them from where they're at to go where they need to go. Now, data is the third part of this pillar, the system. So you have to use data and use it as a mirror, but use the data to find the kids, not punish them, to track their belonging, not just behavior, to be able to set growth goals based on who, not just what. They're not just a number. Who are they? And adjust in real time. Use the data uh, to make sure that you're able to be responsive to show any disconnections. The number should never dehumanize the names that you're working with. So the data is a crucial part. And the last pillar is something that a lot of times adults don't like. And they want kids to do it, but they have a hard time being accountable themselves. So accountability is a promise, not a punishment. Leaders, model the way. Do what you say you're going to do. Leaders walk the hallways, not just write policies. Adults, model the dignity and discipline, restorative circles before suspensions, high standards met with high support. So one can't be without the other. You got to have the high standards and meeting people where they're at. Don't lower the bar. We lift the boy. So What happens? Suspensions drop, literacy rates climb, leaders rise. We have academic excellence. They stop surviving and start thriving. Teachers stay, and because there's a culture that holds on to them as well. Families reengage, smiles become real. These young men end up smiling from the inside out because they're in a place that didn't give up on them. So they won't give up on themselves. In order to do that, definitely want to implement the Gutter to Greatness philosophies. I'm Dr. Paul Miller, as I said, an author who has 5 books, will be 6. And Gutter to Greatness, there's a whole framework here because you're going to grieve the loss of potential. So you're going to grieve the loss of potential to make sure that students who have the ability will never lose their potential because you care about that more than anything else. You're going to understand their cultural wounds and understand how to apply it. We got to tell the truth about race bias and equity or inequity that's happening and actually address it and turn that pain that's created from all that inequity into the new policies that work, that are more culturally responsive. Equip the staff with tools, and as a leader, you need to rise and lead the schools with purpose around mission and vision to create shared collaborative environments that will equal results for your kids, and having these high expectations in place. Building a school doesn't have to be difficult, and the smiles will come from the inside out if you concentrate on relationships and culture before content. Instruction teaches to the soul, data to guide your equity and honest decisions, and accountability for all to help up to the mission. So we don't need saviors. What we need is just not to do the harm in the first place. And we need schools that are successful to build the smiles that we want to see. So I am Dr. Paul Miller, and that is pretty much my time here. And I just appreciate everyone and want to give the ability to connect with me, drpmiller.com, or from the gutter to greatness on almost all social media platforms. Uh, any questions? I'm still open and available.
Well, Dr. Miller, that's an amazing set of accomplishments and goals that you set for yourself, and just to see the smiles on those boys' faces, and I think that one of the things that you give them, if you had to boil it down, is you're giving them a future, and you're creating a space where they can find that future, and you facilitate the confidence and the opportunities for growth that they just might not see. And I like how you said we don't have to fix anything, we just got to stop breaking things. So thank you so much for your time today. It was a pleasure to have you on. I hope you do keep smiling and putting smiles on those boys' faces.
Thank you. I'm from Rochester, New York. I saw a question in there. Please connect with me. Have a great work internationally. So please have a great day and keep smiling.
Excellent. All right, guys. Well, we are continuing on with the Smile-A-Thon. Today is Saturday, the 31st of May. Where does it go, guys? I mean, good Lord, it just seems to go faster every year. And, when you work on a project like this where it's an all-nighter, it's just that much more interesting to really get down to the discussions that are important. Let's see who our next guest is today. Do we have someone online? Is that you, Vadaj?
Janice Morgan.
Janice Morgan, heard. And I see her box there, but we don't have any image hopefully
So
coming in
Ken,
right
I'm
now.
not scheduled till 9:30. I was just coming up to get some more inspiration.
Well, we're glad to have you here. You grab that next
It's
cup of
it's nine
coffee?
it's 9:30 right now.
Yeah.
No, no, I was on Pacific time. Oh my God, I'm in my bathrobe, you guys. I can't do video.
Let's see, is Dr. Stan Harris
Oh,
available?
come on.
I will come back in 15.
You got it.
All
Is
right.
Dr. Stan Harris available? Let me get a hold of him. And we have Janelle. So I'll tell you what, if there's someone that would like to speak about smiles that is not scheduled, you are welcome to jump in right now and get some fun publicity.
Come on, guys. It's a great way to get your morning started. Oh, look who's back. It's
I'm still
Francine.
here.
There we go. She's still locked and loaded with that beautiful smile.
I have just been inviting people to the Children's Book Authors Unite group. We meet every Friday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, and we talk about everything from how to hire a publisher. And believe me, I talk about Ken a lot and Perfect Publishing. We talk about how to boost up our Instagram accounts. I've learned some great tips from the other members. We even talk about how to promote our books. We share ideas about how to find new events to go sell our books, and we invite each other to our events. Anybody is in the Jacksonville, Florida surrounding area, July 26th, we're having a back to school bash and we're looking for vendors. If you would like to come sell your books or whatever else you sell, contact me, Francine, Francine 712 at gmail.com, and we could get you scheduled to be a vendor, a sponsor, or you could just come and check out all the vendors and sponsors and have fun with us. July 26th in Fleming Island, Florida.
So I don't know if you know this, Francine, but over the past 2 years, I've actually authored 27 books, and I have tried to explore so many different topics about AI, about what it means to be an entrepreneur and what it means to be in business. And a few months back, Ken asked me if I was interested in writing a children's book, and that's it. Never seemed to be something that was in my wheelhouse. But I started thinking about when I was a kid. You know, I have 12 brothers and sisters, and
Great
yeah,
stories. Great.
Mama Pearl had a brood. And so I started to think about what it was like growing up in a large family like that and how others might feel in large families. You know, big families like that are rare these days, but there are quite, a lot of people who have five, six, seven kids. And I'm sure they experience the same things. But I submitted a manuscript to Perfect Publishing, and the book is called Which One Are You? Fittingly enough, for having 13 brothers and sisters, or a family of 13. And I was the 10th in the family. So by the time I was born, my mom had already been there, done that, got the t-shirt, burned it, and bought another one. So there was not a whole lot of new things that I could introduce into the family by the time I got there. But I always thought it was interesting that when we'd go and see grandma and grandpa down the bayou in Louisiana, um, and my grandmother would look at me straight in the face. Now, my mother had 11 in her family. So you can imagine there were kids running around everywhere for these family reunions. And my grandmother would look right at me and she would say, "Which one are you?" So, and I get it, especially nowadays with my own grandkids, but they had a hard time figuring out who belonged to who and who was who, and so I thought about that concept about which one are you. Of course, I didn't mind when my grandmother said it, but when I'd go home with all the brothers and sisters we had, when my own dad would look at me and say, "Which one are you?" It got to be a little confusing.
Oh my God. That is a wonderful story. I'm just, well, I had a sister until I was 14 and she was 12, and then we had a brother. My mom said it was like raising two separate families. So I
Yeah,
always wanted to know what it would be like to grow up in a big family like that. I'm going to have to get your book. Would,
yeah. Well,
would you like to
another
join our
benefit.
group?
All right,
I think it might be fun.
we have Dr. Stan Harris.
Excellent.
He's our next speaker, but because our speaker was not quite ready, he has come to the rescue because he is Mr. Breakthrough, Dr. Breakthrough, that is. So, Dr. Stan, are you there?
I'm here because I'm not all there. Come on now.
So what we're going to do is you're going to take your 15 minutes starting right now, and then when the speaker's ready, they're going to just take that last bit of time that they're afforded. But if you need a little more time, by all means. And thank you for all you've done for not just the Smile-A-Thon, the introductions, but more importantly, all you do in the world. Breakthroughs are certainly a very important part to releasing what was holding you back to smile. So thank you very much, Dr.
Hey, thank you. Well, hey, it's a privilege and a pleasure, a treat and a treasure, a joy beyond measure. I'm going to talk to you today about the 10-10-10 Breakthrough Smile Challenge. And this Smile-A-Thon has been absolutely amazing, and I'm so grateful to be part of this. Thank you so much, Doc Ken, for putting this on together. And so, again, my friend, this is amazing. We've got something to smile about. I talked to you about that the other day, seeing miracles in life every day. So, again, this morning when I woke up, I thanked the Lord again. First of all, this is my 773rd month on earth. I woke up today. It's my 23,950th day on God's wake up list. I got something to smile about. My beautiful mother only had 18,065 days, but I so far have had 23,950. And my friend, as far as my breath, the average person breathes about 20,000 breaths per day. As of today, I've had approximately 470,940,000 free breaths, each one a gift from God. And my beautiful wife, Nadia, I call her my ABCD, my adorable brown caramel delight. As of today, we've been experiencing 5,513 days of breakthrough love. And one of the greatest things I love to do is put a smile on her face, and she obviously puts a smile on my face. So let me talk to you about this 10-10-10 Breakthrough Smile Challenge, and that is simply challenging people for 10 seconds a day. Now listen, just 10 seconds a day for 10 days in a row, and then challenging 10 other people to take the challenge. That's it. Can you smile for just 10 seconds per day? Just 10 seconds, right? For 10 days in a row. And then challenge 10 people. One of the things I ask people to do is actually go on video and smile, whether on Facebook or LinkedIn, any kind of social media and so forth, or to create a video, put it up on YouTube, but just smile. My good friend Myron Golden, we've been friends for, oh my goodness, 40 something, almost 50 years. But anyway, he's speaking here and he just texted me, hey, Doc, I'm in town. Can we connect? And so so I'll be speaking a little bit at his event. But I had a Smile Challenge, actually took a video with him. And all we do is we get in the camera and we take 10 seconds and smile. So matter of fact, I'm going to do it now, wherever you are right now. Let's just take the challenge now. And that's 10 seconds and just smile. And I'll do the fingers so you know the time. Ready? You did it. You did it. See how easy that is? But listen, my friend, I'm going to tell you something. I want to tell you something. Do that. I want to challenge you for 10 seconds a day, 10 days, but then challenge 10 other people and send out a text and say, hey, listen, would you take part of this Breakthrough Smile Challenge, the 10-10-10 Breakthrough Smile Challenge? I cannot tell you of the miracles that have been happening. As a matter of fact, my friend, let me tell you one quick story here and it'll grab your attention and I'll give you some other details. But on my breakthrough walk, I do a breakthrough walk in the day in the early morning. And so a relative of mine called me. They were really going through, just a very tough time. And so I was on the phone with them, encouraging them. I looked up and here's a lady coming my way and she kind of looked like she had a sad look. And so I just gave her extra big smiles on the phone and said, hey, God bless you. Have a great day on purpose. And that's my saying. And so anyway, so I walked by. And didn't think anything of it. I'm on the phone, encouraging this person. And make a long story short, a couple of days later, I'm walking down that same path, and the same lady comes. She says, "Hey, are you a pastor? Because you saved my life the other day." And I'm like, "No, I'm not." I said, "Well, actually, I'm an evangelist. So I just travel and speak in different churches." I said, "But really, I'm just a servant of the Most High." I said, "But no, you got me mixed up with somebody else." She said, "No, it was you." I said, "No, ma'am." I said, "I appreciate it." But she said, "No." She said, "I was walking down this path the other day." And she said, and she said, "And you were walking and you were on the phone." And she said, "You looked up and you gave me this most beautiful smile." And she said, "And then you said to me, have a good day on purpose." And she said, "You don't know it, but I stopped and followed behind you where I could hear you talking on the phone. And whoever you were talking to, you was telling them as long as you have breath, that God has a purpose for you and that there's, and you talked about life. And she said, but you said some encouraging things that made me think." And she said, "And you didn't know it. I was on my way to commit suicide, but after your smile and hearing what you had to say," she said, "I did not commit suicide and I'm so glad I didn't." And she said, "So I was hoping I was going to be able to see you again just to thank you." Wow, wow, wow. Little did I know. Listen, and little do you know what people are going through, my friend. And so challenging, again, with this 10-second smile challenge, I'm telling you, it could change people's lives, just like this Smile-A-Thon and just like everything that's been happening. But again, my friend, would you join me? Would you take the challenge? Because again, my friend, somebody out there is suicidal. Somebody out there is super depressed. Somebody out there just needs that extra Somebody out there, my friend, and just your smile. So here's a couple of things I do. Number one, I teach people, hey, set your alarm on your phone for 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. Okay, to remind you to smile for 10 seconds. Now I do both 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. By the way, the 10, 10, 10, that's 10 seconds for 10 days, encouraging 10 people also. That now is going on for months now. I just, it's just a habit now. I just keep practicing that 10-second smile because you can't smile for 10 seconds without it actually affecting you in an amazing, amazing way. So again, I want you to set your alarm, okay? And so either 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. And then when the alarm goes, just smile. And again, the acronym for SMILE, again, seeing miracles in life every day. SMILE, sharing my internal love easily. SMILE, smiling manifest or magnifies individuals' life energy. SMILE, showing mankind individual love expressions. And listen, my friend, it's powerful. So would you take me up on that challenge, the 10-10-10 Breakthrough Smile Challenge? I actually have a Facebook page where I put that up. We had some folks that we challenged them. And so I sent out a text to people and it simply said something like this. Can I challenge you to join the 10-second Breakthrough Smile Challenge? All you have to do, if you accept, is just shoot a video of you saying, I accept the challenge, the 10-10-10 Breakthrough Smile Challenge, and then smile for 10 seconds. Now, you can say what makes you smile. So whether it's something your family or your business or the fact like me, my salvation, right? Whatever it is, what good thing in the past made you smile, or what good thing in the present makes you smile, or what good thing are you anticipating happening in your future that can make you smile? So the 10-10-10 Breakthrough Smile Challenge. Will you take the challenge smiling for 10 seconds a day? Doing it for 10 days in a row, and then challenging 10 people, my friend, to do the same. And so I send out this, again, text to them, and then I say, by the way, even further, if you set your alarm for 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. for 10 days, and then just smile for 10 seconds. See, if just 10 people take the challenge, that's 100 people. But if they do the challenge, get this now, them just each reaching 10, that's 1,000. Them just reaching 10 is 10,000. Them reaching 10 is 100,000. Them reaching 10 is 1,000,000. Them reaching 10 is 10 million. Them reaching 10 is 100 million. You see what I'm saying, my friend? We could change the world one smile at a time, just 10 seconds.
And that's all it takes. It sounds like with you, Dr. Stan, that it's always smile o'clock.
Yes, sir.
So we appreciate you coming back on. We love the energy. We love the fact you're so devoted to your message. It's really
Robert, he's still
great
got
to see
time.
you.
Robert,
do we have time?
Yes, indeed. He did us a big favor by coming in early, and this
Excellent.
is technically his time. So, Dr. Stan, when you are kind of close to the completion of your talk, just let us know so we can bring the next speaker in. Thank you,
Excellent.
sir.
Hey, okay.
Well, do continue.
All righty. So again, my friend, smile at someone today, for that may be the only sunshine that they have. And so practice smiling, like I said, on purpose. And so this 10-10-10 Breakthrough Smile Challenge. So, okay, I think somebody has to mute out there. So here's what I want you to do. It's called, I want you to become a RSG. You say, what is that? RSG. I'm glad you asked. I'm going to tell you. Random Smile Giver. Ooh, hashtag RSG, Random Smile Giver, my friend. And today, start practicing that. Start doing that. That's why I love this. So again, the benefits of smiling, obviously you've heard many of them: stress management and immunity, and improves your mood and helps with hypertension and pain management. It helps to help better relationships, and smiling boosts productivity. Smiling is contagious. It reduces stress, increases confidence. Smiling reduces pain. Will actually extend your lifespan. It can indicate success. And my friend, it releases endorphins. It can improve your heart health. And listen, my friend, It's how others perceive your smile. It increases positivity. It's increased endurance, my friend, and it is amazing. So there's certain songs I love, like Pharrell with his song "Because I'm Happy," right? Nat King Cole, "Just Smile." Franklin, Kirk Franklin, a smile. Um, Charisse, "I Love Your Smile." So again, my friend, and that old song of years gone by, "It's a Happy Day and I Thank God for the Weather." So again, your assignment, set your alarm for 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. and then listen to a song daily about smiling. Shoot your 10-second smile video, challenge 10 people that would challenge 10 other people, and my friend, and then that's what we do. Now, John 10:10 is a scripture that really prompted me with this. It says, "The thief cometh not but for to kill, steal, and destroy." So, but I'm come that you might have life, you might have it more abundantly. And so, my friend, the smile. So, would you take me up on the challenge? Would you shoot a video, my friend? And I would love for you to send me a copy of the video. Just text me a copy of your 10-second smile video at 717 area code 275-3508. Again, just text me that, and I'd love to see that. And God bless you, my friend. If we just do this, it'll change the world one smile. No, 10 smiles at a time. Hey, Doc, God bless you, Doc.
So, Dr. Stan Harris, I am so pleased with your message because some people don't realize that little thing times a multiplier gets really crazy numbers. And so I want to say, I'm going to join the challenge. I'm going to spread the challenge, and we're going to get you the support and love for this challenge because it is going to make a difference. The second I want to say to you is I see what you did. You got hosting at 10 o'clock. I just figured it out. I just figured it out. And I noticed also you got all 10 of your fingers so you can count how many times you smile. And I'm going to guess you got the toes too. I mean, are you doing this? So thank you for being just an amazing leader for Smiles. I'm so glad you're an ambassador, and we have learned so much in the Smile-A-Thon. I lean on you for us bringing the October 3rd International Smile-A-Thon to another level. I know you play at the highest standard, so we are very grateful for you, sir. We're
Hey,
going to
well,
bring
thank
in
you.
we're going to bring in Janice Morgan, then we're turning the baton over to you, sir, and you have the final hour. You're going to love the four speakers you have. We have Janelle Harris with She Exists Magazine, and she now has opened up He Exists Magazine, and maybe I'm seeing a smiler that might be the he. Janice, you can join the show right now, and Dr. Stan, you're going to be the host in about 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes. All righty.
All right, Janice, join us.
All right.
You're
Well,
here,
good
right?
morning. Sorry about that mix-up. I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, you know what? We're happy to have you. And, I said before to some people that said, I didn't know it. And listen, a smile-a-thon is where there's grace and there's gratitude and there's certainly humility. And I just want to say thank you for being here. And I'm going to do you a favor because you are such an awesome person. We're going to do a 15-minute record this week, and we will just replace this. But this is going to be your opportunity to at least reach people in the live. Is that cool?
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you so, so much. I was
Oh, and by
really
the way, I just want
excited
to let you
to
know
join in.
this is my shirt, and I'm serious.
Okay, I love it.
It's
Well,
all you.
this has been so fun. And I want to just say I'm really glad that there was a little mix up because Dr. Stan was super motivating. And I just want to, it's a little off script, but I just want to share a little story that I just watched on a TED Talk. And it kind of ties into what his message is all about, too. And a gentleman was telling a story about his friend who has a daughter, and the daughter is a drug addict. And he really wanted to be part of her life and help her. But every time they would come together, it went south. They couldn't. She took things the wrong way. He said things not quite right. Anyway, he really, really was focusing on trying to have a connection and relationship. So he just thought of this idea that he would just text her and he would say, "What made you smile today?" And he did it at the same time every day. I think it was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. "Hi, honey, it's Dad. What made you smile today?" And at first she's like, "Oh, you're sending me money for my next whatever?" And he goes, "No, no, no. We've been down that road. You know, we have boundaries, but I'm just checking in. I just want to know what made you smile today." And he said, he kept doing it every day, every day, every day. And finally, about the 6-week mark, he texted her. I get teary-eyed. He texted her and he said, "Hi, honey, it's Dad. What made you smile today?" And she wrote back, "Well, Dad, if you really want to know, it was that I knew you were going to text me today at 5 o'clock." And that instantly changed their whole dynamic. She knew he was sincere, wanted a relationship, and she reached out back. And 2 months later, she was off drugs. So it's a smile can be in the form of a word, it can be in the form of a feeling, it can be a position on your face. And what it does is it helps to connect and break through to people. It's, I think somebody else already said it too. A smile is the universal sign for happiness. And don't we all want more happiness in our lives? Don't you just love it when you go out for a walk and you see somebody and they're just charging along and it's whatever time it is and they have this big smile on their face and they come up and say, "Hey, hi, how are you doing?" Don't you just think that person has it going? So anyway, I just wanted to share that story and it just moved me so much. So back to my script. I am a dental hygienist, so smile is pretty cool for me, right? For 40 years, I was a dental hygienist, and I can tell you how impactful it is to help people create a healthy, beautiful smile. I have witnessed firsthand people coming in not liking to smile, covering up their mouths, embarrassed to smile, sitting small, constricted, arms crossed. And when you sit down with those people and you smile with them, you talk with them, you relate with them, you get their story, you help them, you create a plan, you get them motivated, they follow through. It's life-changing. They're happier, they're healthier, just like Dr. Stan was saying. It lowers the blood pressure, it's mood setting, you're feeling good. Those people grew in my chair. They got more confident, they felt more empowered. They were looking good and they were feeling good. And it rewarded me in such great ways to know that I could help with them. Sorry, I'm tearing up still from the. So, anyway, going through all that for so many years, I realized that I was much more than just a dental hygienist. I wasn't just cleaning teeth. I was helping to instill a lot of other confidence in people. So not only was I there to help them get healthy and a beautiful smile, I learned that I was coaching them a lot, which helped me lead to my next vision of being a life coach, which I took the step not so long ago. And I can tell you, it has been life-changing for me. And it's been so great and rewarding to see other people that I've been coaching and what they're doing. We woke up this morning. Not everybody did. We are breathed by the Spirit. And what I love to do is help people that are a little bit stuck, have a little bit of longing or discontent. I love helping them tap in to their inner voice, their inner strength, tap into their higher power, figure out what's missing, get that dream all planted, all created, and then I can help them figure out how to get there. I was meditating this morning and I was thinking of the words calm, confident, delightful energy. And as I was doing that, I noticed when I got to the word delightful, I felt the corners of my mouth turning up. Then I had a little grin on my face. And then I realized I could notice that. And then I noticed how that made me feel. And then my chest started to grow really big. And then I asked God, I said, what am I needing to know today, to do today, and to be today? And it was shouting at me, be love, give love, and know love. And tears just started streaming down my face. And this is what we teach in our programs. Tap in, listen to that still small voice. Tap into your inner strength. Tap in and light that fire behind that smile that shows to everybody. Be the person that you're supposed to be. Notice those thoughts. Notice how it stirs up those feelings inside. And notice what action steps you take to create a life you love living. And notice how that ripple affects everyone around you. I have witnessed firsthand the effects of people tapping into their inner strength. People have started new companies. People have grown awareness of what it takes to have their life balance. They figure out their perceptions change a little bit and they figure out what's really important to them. And they're happy. They're just glowing. And so smiles come in all different shapes and sizes. You can have a biological, healthy smile, and you can have an inner feeling, deep, resonating smile of love and hope and just a positiveness. So I don't know if I've talked for 15 minutes or not, but I could go on.
No, you have not, but we have a hard stop right now because Dr. Stan Harris is going to be taking over as host, and I think our speaker is Janelle Harris, and so she is next queued. And Beth, you are up in 15 minutes.
All right. Thanks so
Dennis,
much.
I will be very heartfelt. I felt so much about what you were sharing about how powerful a smile is, and that story about the father and the child.
Yeah.
So we're going to have you back for a deeper dive, and the show is yours, Dr. Stan.
Hey, no, man, the show is yours. The show is ours. When you turn and take the word I into we, it turns the word illness into wellness. And we are making people well on this Smile-A-Thon. So our next speaker, oh my goodness, it's going to be absolutely, I hope y'all buckle your seatbelts and you're ready to go. Janelle Harris. No, she's not my sister. Well, she is, actually is, I guess, but some distant cousin, I'm sure. But Janelle Harris, amazing. She's a publisher, among many other things, author, so forth. Listen, folks, you are about to hear something that's going to rock your world. You're talking about smiling, you're talking about happy. This woman, my friend, is so powerful and has such practical things for you. You're going to want to get them. So make sure you have something to write on and something to write with, because your life may never be the same after just the next 13 minutes of this powerful presentation. Hey, Janelle Harris, publisher, take it away, sis.
Hi, how are you? How's everyone today? Happy Saturday. Can you see me?
We can see and hear you fine. Excellent.
Okay, so look at me. I am smiling ear to ear. Can everybody see that? Can everybody feel that? When Ken told me about what he was doing, I was just smiling. Dr. Ken, you are amazing. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Tell me, when you see Ken, what do you do first? You smile. So my topic is smile. Smile shapes your character. Smile shares who you are. Smile brings your vibration. Smile brings positive energy. Smiles light up the room. Smiles give you the ability to feel. Smile is contagious. Smile can change your environment, their environment. Smile can make a difference. Your smile is impactful. Your smile changes your own mood. Your smile can confuse the enemy. Smile is part of your character. It comes with your integrity. And smile no matter what you're going through. Smile makes you feel better. I love to smile. But most importantly, smile with your heart and wear that smile in your heart, because you are going to practice and you're going to discipline yourself to always live in abundance. You know, when I met Dr. Ken, Ken always had the word abundance, right? And I thought about it, and I'm living in abundance. When you speak, you should smile. When you're angry, you should smile. Family, smiling is good for the soul. I am Janelle, the founder of She Exists Magazine and He Exists Magazine. And through my hardship, I had to smile through it all. And what I love about what we do, we bring the community together. We're all smiling. We're dropping billboards in Times Square. We're all smiling. We're in one room celebrating greatness, celebrating everybody's achievements and accomplishments. And love. Love is a part of smiling. Smile is a part of love. And you have to give all that you can give, because let me tell you this, when you enter the room, the first thing they do, they can see your smile, they can see your mood. I'm on the phone talking to somebody and they can feel my smile. So I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I'm smiling. Can you feel my smile? I'm smiling. Over to you.
What? Whoa. Wait. You got more time. You did that so fast, so powerful, so amazing. You still have a good, I think it's, let's see, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Now
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna send that over to you. Dr. Breakthrough. Dr. Breakthrough. Dr. Breakthrough.
So
We're having an amazing breakthrough for the past 24 hours. You know what? I was on the phone with Miss England last night, and she says, Janelle, I've been on this marathon for over a day. And I said, wow. I said, you know what? Normally, Dr. Ken is traveling, he's doing events, and he's helping people smile, right? I said, but it's something powerful about this moment, because I've never seen Dr. Ken stay one place. Okay, so I know that we are going through a breakthrough in our next season, and I'm just happy to be a part of this Smile Marathon journey. That's
no,
it.
Janelle, this is not it. You did too much with it. So can you tell people about your dream? Because you had a dream that you disclosed to me 10 years ago. You said, I'm going to do a magazine. And I want you to talk about how a dream creates so many smiles. I mean, that magazine has lit up so many, and the event you just did in DC, it's considered one of the
Yes.
best events that most DC people have seen. So you're too humble. Dr. Stan, is she too humble? I mean, she's got so much to say. She's got 15 magazines. Come on.
Wow.
You
Come
know,
on. Yeah, tell us.
well, one of the things that I can say is, my grandmother raised me, so I'm an old soul, right? But one of the things that is so profound is no matter what you're going through, you have to believe that you can achieve whatever it is, right? And I'm going to tell you, this magazine, She Exists, was birthed through one of the most hard life challenges in life, right? Why I feel it's so profound, because I smiled through that hardship. I kept on believing that there is going to be success. Mind you, there was success through the hardship, because I was learning through it all. I was learning how to stay grit. I was learning how to just groom myself and groom it in a positive way. Always see the positive in the negative. And I believe that She Exists magazine and He Exists magazine is profound, because it attracted me to people like Dr. Ken, like Miss England, now like Dr. Breakthrough. I do have a journey, and I do believe that it's really about other people and setting the trend and leading by example. But I need to close with this. No matter what you're going through, you have to believe that you will achieve.
You see how she keeps trying to exit out of here, Dr. Stan? So do you know what? Do you know what she was said to me 10 years ago? She goes, "I want to make a magazine called She Smiles." And I was like, I think it's bigger, man. And so she says, maybe exist. I go, well, nothing's bigger than a smile, but if smiles exist, that's big. So let's do She Exists.
Yeah, and
Wow.
it was honestly, it was manifestation, not a dollar. Please believe, not a dollar built this. Dreams, manifestation, write the vision down plain, and pray that God send me quality people. Not a dollar. It was manifestation. and manifestation. You know, even when you pray, do you know that you have to smile praying? Like you have to believe in what you're praying. You cannot come to the throne in woes. You have to pray and be so magnificent. And I'm telling you, that is what brings the manifestation, is how you feel in your energy. Come
So,
on, guys, take
Janelle,
over, take
I have,
over.
I have a request. No, we can take over, and Stan obviously has people that would love your extra minutes you're donating. But I want to say that this Smile-A-Thon and Dr. Stan Harris, you have got more material and more character for She Exists and He Exists than I think I could ever give you in a short period of time. Dr. Stan, I think you're going to be on the cover if He Exists. I mean, I'm telling you, she has got some amazing. Who was the first person you graced the cover of He Exists?
Kathleen Triggs.
No. I'm talking about the He Exists.
Oh, Kenny Lattimore.
Kenny Lattimore was her first He Exists magazine. And I mean, does Dr. Stan Harris have the smile? I mean, the 10-10-10 smile. And by the way, what a challenge.
Something better. How about you gracing the dual cover of Dr. Stan of the He Exists? How about that, Dr. Ken?
That'd be, you know what? I'll tell you what, Dr. Stan, I'm changing my name. My name is obviously Ken, but I'm changed it to 10. That's it.
Well, you know, one of the things, my acronym for DREAM is divinely revealed events awaiting manifestation. If you put an S on the end, it's divinely revealed events awaiting manifestation supernaturally. And our sister is demonstrating that for people today. And so, folks, you can learn to smile like she's smiling if you will embrace your dream instead of giving up and doubting your dream. Do like she did. Feed the dream, man. And I'm gonna give you one more thing, my sister. Les Brown and I were speaking in London. He said something that shocked me. He said the greatest speakers are those who make the fewest words go the farthest. So, girl, you great. You knocked that thing out quick.
She did. I'll tell you, she's the one that caused me to make this shirt, Dr. Stan. I used to have shirts that it didn't say it was my shirt. And now she has me have my shirts say they're mine. These are my shirts. And I'm serious.
How many of us, our face always hurts when we're with Ken, okay?
So, Dr. Stan, if you want to bring your next guest in early, I guess we're donating some minutes. And otherwise, Janelle, thank you for all you do. You've supported. She has put my son on a jumbotron several times. She's put her authors on the jumbotrons. I mean, to be able to dial up and say, "Hey, I need to make this happen for a friend of mine." I mean, geez. Janelle. And by the way, every single person's ever seen, and they're there, they almost fall out. I mean, it's just such a big experience. So you are the pinnacle of what it is to be celebrated. Thank you.
No, we do it together. Absolutely. We do it together.
You have a next event that you want to share real quick? Because people can
Yes. So we are celebrating the amazing. We're actually giving Master P his flowers June 7th. So shout out to that. And Dr. Ken will be with me to do that. And then the amazing, phenomenal Tia Von Johnson. So that's a dual flip in Jersey. So we are going to be in Jersey celebrating those two big, powerful people.
Would you be kind enough to put that in the chat, and then also on the Facebook? You can take the Smile-A-Thon from my channel or anybody else's, and just put that link for the event, please.
Yes, I sure will. I'll send the flyer as well.
Thank you.
They're both smiling on the flyer too.
And I'm not going to say back to you, Dr. Stan. I'm going to say back to we, Dr. Stan. But I'm going to remove the video.
Hey, we may not have it all together, but together we have it all. And thank you, my sister. You did a marvelous job. And I'm closing with the question that our previous speaker said. So, what makes you smile today?
Me.
Come on now.
Me. Before I couldn't say that. Years ago, I couldn't say that. I dummied down. But no, me. I'm smiling because of who I am and who I am becoming.
Wow. So in other words, you're not just a human being, you're a human becoming. Come on now.
Ooh, yes.
Wow. Well, again, thank you again for your service to humanity. And the world's a better place because you showed up, and especially you showed up with a smile, even sometimes when you didn't feel like it. So thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
Awesome.
one.
Wow. Folks, was that powerful? Man, we got to do something. Harris, they were, and anyway. But hey, our next speaker, we're going to bring up our next speaker here, give her just an extra minute or two. So, Beth, we're going to get Beth here all geared up. Beth Robbins. Oh, my goodness, folks. Now, listen carefully. Listen carefully. She's an author, she's a speaker, she's a life coach with a message for the world. Listen, seize the day, she says. Your power, seize your power to make a difference in your life and the lives that you impact each and every day. So she's going to be teaching our children to seize the day with a smile, just when they need to hear it. Hey, Beth, thank you for gracing us. And in advance, I want to thank you for knocking it out of the park with a smile.
Woohoo! What an introduction. And I'm so excited to meet you, Dr. Breakthrough. Wow. This is a special treat for me. And I just want to say how excited and honored I am to be here as part of the first ever Smile-A-Thon, inspired by young Kenny, who said, "Hey, Dad, we should do a Smile-A-Thon in honor of National Smile Day." And Dr. Ken, being Dr. Ken, said, "All right, but if we're going to do it, let's do it big. Let's do it epic big." And look what has happened. I am just so thrilled and excited to be sitting back here watching all of this. It is working and it is so exciting to be a part of it. And on behalf of all of the speakers, I want to extend my huge gratitude for being part of this, because this is the start of something really big. And how exciting, because I think there's going to be more of these, Ken, and I want to be part of it. Millions of people, millions of lives, millions of souls are being impacted by this event. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Your team behind the scenes working tirelessly round the clock are knocking it out of the park. So congratulations to you and all of you who are doing this work so seamlessly. Cheers to you guys. So today, yes, I am talking about teaching our children to seize the day with a smile, and at a time when they really need to hear it. Now, I usually get my nudges from source energy, from God, from the universe, that say, whisper in my ear, "Beth, you should do this. You should write a book. You should become a life coach. You should go play pickleball more." I get these nudges usually this way, but I got a particular nudge from Dr. Ken sitting across from me one morning, who said, "You know what? You should write a children's series on Carpe Diem." And I said, "Okay." He said, "It's your brand. I have a tattoo, Seize the Day. It has been part of my life since I was 14 years old." And he said, "You're the one to deliver this message." And I said, "Okay, let's do this." And that was just a couple of months ago. And what has come from that is the most beautiful experience. He found me the most wonderful illustrator in Sam Welty, and we are in such sync. It's like we met in another life, where I wrote these books and I've seen the movie. I know who the characters are, and I described them to him in a little bit of detail, and he drew them exactly as I imagined them. And it is just profound to me that this has all come together like this, and the synergy that we're creating this book series for children. And I want to ask all of you, do you remember junior high? Yeah, it was a quirky time. It was a time of trying on new personas, trying to fit in, but then not too much, and blend in and not be too loud and not really speak up for ourselves or stand up for too much, because the new fear paradigms come in. Our fear of the monster in the closet or under the bed sort of shifted over to fear of what our friends are going to say, fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of looking stupid, fear of sounding stupid, fear of not blending in, of sticking out like a sore thumb. And so we dimmed our lights in order to preserve our sanity, I guess. We just wanted to tiptoe through junior high, skip the girl drama, the boy girl drama, all that was going on. And we let fear win in that time of our lives. And I just feel like what would have happened if you had an opportunity to read a book series that might have changed the trajectory of how your junior high went and then high school and on into adults. Because let's face it, these fear paradigms that we carry around with us today, they started back in junior high. So that's my inspiration is to write these books to impact our young budding leaders of tomorrow, our future, to say it's okay to do you, to be you, to seize your day. And I posted this question on social media when I was getting ready to start and said, hey, I'm going to write this book series. Do you remember your junior high? Just the same question I asked you. And I was flooded with comments of people that said, yeah, it was a turkey time. There were a lot of things I really wanted to do. I wanted to go out for student government. I wanted to try out for the play. I wanted to try out for the sports team. I wanted to do all these things. And my friends were like, oh, no, that's weird. Oh, no, we don't do that. We do this other stuff. Well, this other stuff was drinking, starting to do drugs, going down a different path. And so you just did that to blend in with the crowd. You didn't go for your dream. You didn't do the thing that you said you wanted to do. And so I was like, okay, there's the final validation. This book series is happening. So I am super stoked. I just want to take my time today to share with you snippets about what these books are about. So I have 5 written, and there's potential for many, many more because I'm just so excited to be doing this that I just keep going, yeah, oh, and I want to tell this story and I want to tell that story. So as you can see, I can't stop smiling. This happens to be the cover of book 1. I know it's extra big, but it's Carpe Diem, seize the day with a smile. And what I do is I start each book off with a quote. And this particular book starts off with this, and I just want to read it because I think it's important for today. It's smile. It is the key that fits the lock of everybody's heart. That was written by Anthony J. D'Angelo. And so that's in the front part of the book. And we start off the book. I start each book with talking about what Carpe Diem is, what seize the day is, and how the concept of this particular book revolves around it. So Seize the Day with a Smile, book 1, starts off with our young Kenny. And he wakes up with a little bit of a pit in his stomach because he's got a math test that he's not super ready for, and he's got soccer tryouts. Now, soccer isn't his sport, but it's where his friends are. And if he wants to be able to hang out with more of his friends, he's got to give it a shot. So he's putting himself out there on a limb, like, okay, I'm going to do this. So this is how he wakes up, and he's getting ready for the day, and he catches a glimpse of himself in the bathroom mirror. He's got a little toothpaste in the corner, and his hair is all cattywampus, and it makes him smile bigger. And he notices something that he feels a little bit better. Like this smile kind of gave him a little bit of confidence, a little bit of oomph to get through this day. And so off he goes to school and he's hopping on the bus. And there's the grumpy bus driver. Hasn't smiled a day in his life as far as Kenny knows. And Kenny decides, hey, I'm going to just smile at the bus driver. And he does. And he goes, he takes his seat, and he goes about his day. And I won't spoil what happens to Kenny. But what happens to the bus driver? He goes about his day, but he has a little spark going on that started from Kenny's smile. And at the end of the day, he decides to call his sister that he hasn't talked to in years, and she's a nurse in Africa. And they reconnect, and he tells her about Kenny and the smile and how it made him think of her. And then they start talking and sharing stories about when they were that age. And they start laughing and really like kicking the day, right? And this impacts his sister's day. And so she goes to work to the hospital, and there's a young boy, and he's facing a really big, challenging surgery, and he's scared. He's alone. His family wasn't able to be there. And she sits with him with her big smile, and she shares with him the stories she had just rehashed with her brother, and it makes him feel a little bit better. And he goes off to his surgery. And post-op, she's there to greet him. And she says, you know what? I want to share this with you. You have a superpower, and it starts with your smile. But you're not going to really know what it is until you fully tune in. And so it's not going to be running really fast or flying or being invisible. It's not that kind of a superpower. But you will hear whispers in your ear, in your subconscious mind, that will inspire you to be better than, to greater than. It will inspire you to be the best version of yourself. That is going to be your superpower. And he's like, huh, okay. So we fast forward to book 2, Seize the Day with Your Superpower. And this book now is featuring our young boy we met in the hospital. And he's going about his day, and I don't want it to spoil anything, but he meets a young girl, and she's from the United States, and she's going through something, and she has a problem that needs help solving. Well, along this journey, this particular protagonist has learned his superpower is being a great listener. And he listens to her and hears her tale of why she's sad and upset. And he listens to her intently and acutely. And she feels heard. She feels validated. And together they solve her problem. And he told her that she too has a superpower. It starts with her smile. And it's up to her to find out what that is going to be. So we go to book 3. And book 3 is
spent hours on her laptop, occasionally making quiet phone calls from the privacy of her room.
I think we have somebody else on the call here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Disturbing pattern. Curtis Wilson had been dismissed.
So anyway, we have book 3, Seize the Day with Kindness. So now we're featuring this girl that we met in Africa. And so it is her first day at a new school. And she just decides to go with it. Now, she's had a different upbringing, so she's not really caught up in the junior high drama, which is good. And so she is rocking through her first day of school, like, okay, she's remembering all her conversation with the boy she met in Africa. She's feeling confident. She's tapping into her superpower of kindness, greeting everybody with a smile. And she finds a girl who's visibly upset, and she sits down with her and listens and finds out that this girl is going through a little bit of a dilemma, that she wants to do something very bold and brave that she's never done before, but she's afraid of what her friends will think or do or say. And she gives her, with her superpower of kindness, she gives her the confidence to go for it anyway. And so that leads us into book 4, which is Seize the Day with Courage. And it's, of course, featuring this girl that we met in book 3. Now, this girl, this story is the one that's closest to my own life when I was in junior high. When I was about 11 or 12, I recognized that I had a gift for singing, and it was an extraordinary gift. And it inspired me and planted a seed in me that I wanted to become a professional singer. I wanted to sing on Broadway. And that started way back then. And I was afraid to tell my friends. I dimmed my light because I didn't want to outshine anybody else. And I really wasn't worried that it was weird or different. I just was worried about just not overpowering other people and my friends in my life, because it just seems so big. Like who's 12 and 13 years old and dreaming of being on Broadway, right? That is a little weird. And so this girl is having the dream of being a professional singer. And so she goes for it, and she auditions to do something in front of her school assembly that is going to be her friends seeing for the first time that she can sing, and that this is her dream. And so she's not only having the nerves to go out on stage and do this, but she's also stepping into her light and having the nerves to the guts to go for her dream. And it's big. It's really a big, impactful day for her. And so moments right before she's going to go on that stage, she's freaking out, okay? And there's a young boy, and he steps in. He steps in to save the day, because there's moments where she's like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. I'm out of here. Bolt, right? And he seizes his opportunity to demonstrate leadership, and that is his superpower. And so, of course, we go to book 5 in the series, Seize the Day with Leadership. And this is a very important theme because this is our young man who stands up to the bully, who stands up to his friends who are being the bullies. They are teasing another kid in the school. And he steps up and says, yeah, this is wrong. This isn't what we do. And he has the courage to seize the day with leadership and lead by example. And it's one of the most powerful books in the series as far as that, because I find that that topic is so, so important, especially for this age group. And so those are my 5 books. I think you can tell I'm really excited about them. And I wanted to share with you, as I mentioned, I have quotes I start the book, and then on the back side of the book, I always have an original quote. And this is on the back of book 1, which is Seize the Day with a Smile. And I hope that it impacts you all in some way today. It is this: a smile is your superpower. It opens hearts, brightens days, inspires confidence, and helps you seize every moment of every day with courage and joy.
Whoa! Wow! You just seized the day, the moment, the everything. Powerful. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, what value? What amazing value. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to be here and share that. And I want to show, this is young Kenny. Oh, wait, I'm in the way. Oh, wait. I just wanted to also show my shirt. Can you see it?
Whoever smiles first wins.
Yes. So that is a gift from Dr. Ken. And I want to say that if you're smiling, you're winning anyway. But I had to wear it one more time for today. But yes, this is my young Kenny right here, greeting the day and greeting the day with a smile.
Wow. Well, again, thank you so much. You did just an amazing job. And folks, I'm sure you enjoyed this. So if folks want to contact you, how can they connect or contact with you as we get ready for our next speaker?
Oh, on Instagram is my favorite spot, is at Balanced Robin. I have a website, which is balancedlifeproductions.com. And
Balancedlifeproductions.com.
you got it. Yeah, that's the best place to find me, learn more about me. But I love connecting on social media. So Instagram, Facebook, Beth Robbins, and it's 1B. So I always say it's 1B, 2 birds, Robbins. I'm not related to Tony or Mel, but we're all sisters and brothers of the same life of impact.
Wow. Well, again, thank you so much. What an incredible, great job you did. And we're so grateful that you're part of this Smile-A-Thon. It
Thank
wouldn't be the same without you.
And or you.
Awesome, awesome. All righty, folks. Well, again, make sure you check out her website. And again, let's support our sister. What amazing job she's doing. All righty, our next speaker. So again, Beth, thank you. Our next speaker here. Are you ready for this? Matt Fleming is coming up. Oh my goodness. Now, folks, Matt Fleming, this gentleman is going to talk about Rewired. I mean, Matt Fleming, he's a speaker, he's a coach, he's an entrepreneur. He's going to be speaking on the benefits of exercise and how it programs your mind to be a more positive person. And God knows we need more positivity in the world today. And so, Matt, we're looking forward to your message. Thank you so much. And everybody gets something to write on, something to write with. Remember, note takers are money makers, but Dr. Breakthrough says action takers are bigger money makers. Hey, smile away, my friend.
Thank
Matt.
you so much for the introduction. And Ken, thanks for having me again. Like you said, yeah, my name is Matt Fleming, 34 years old. I live in Santa Barbara, California. I'm a speaker, coach, entrepreneur, fitness junkie, man, and I love to smile like everybody else on this call. And I did I did a little talk yesterday that kind of gave my background. So I'm going to give a brief overview of why I'm so passionate about this topic I'm going to speak on today, which is I struggled with addiction for a pretty much my entire adult life, Meth and heroin were my drugs of choice. It led to some severe consequences in and out of county jail, rehabs, hospitals, you name it. All those places were a revolving door for me for so long. And even before that, when I was a little kid, I struggled with self-image. I hated who I was. I hated myself, and I didn't ever feel comfortable in my own skin. So I had a lot of damage, I would say, done to my brain. That's the way I kind of saw it, through the drugs, through the self-image, through my self-talk. For the first 31 years of my life, were a struggle for me. And so, on October 2nd of this year, I'll have 4 years clean and sober. But it wasn't my first time going around trying to get sober this time. I tried to get it together when I was 26, had a little bit of sobriety, fell short, relapsed. But, whenever I came around this time, I went all in. From the moment I checked myself into that detox, I told myself, look, I'm going to reinvent myself. I'm going to do the exact opposite of everything that I've ever done for the most part. Luckily, I had fitness as a background. I had been a personal trainer. I had taught group fitness. I had a lot of knowledge in the fitness industry. So I knew, I looked at myself in the mirror and said, Matt, what do you have to work with? You got to look at your skill sets and take full advantage of that. And so I said, all right, I know health, I know fitness, I know how to get in really good shape, I know how to diet, I know how to do all these things. So that's what I'm going to go with. And, being 31 years old and getting into a detox facility or a sober living and, sharing a room with another grown man. And it's a very humbling experience, to say the least. And I didn't want to be there. I was grateful that I had another shot, but obviously I was going to do everything that I possibly could to get myself out of that situation. And I did. And I knew that challenging myself was going to be my bread and butter. I told myself, like, I saw a lot of people in there, they were watching TV, they were doing things that weren't moving the needle and being productive in their life. And I just refused to do that for myself. So got back in the gym, started getting really healthy, but then I wanted to challenge myself outside of that. And I'd never been a runner. I'd always been like a weightlifter kind of guy. And so I said, you know what, we're going to go all in on this thing. And I am going to sign up for a marathon, which 26.2 miles when, you don't really run is quite the challenge. And I remember that first day, going up and training, I ran like a mile and a half. And I was like, wow, how am I ever going to get to 26 miles? This is going to be almost, quit right then and there, but I knew I couldn't quit. And not only that, this marathon started at 4 o'clock in the morning in Hawaii. It was a Honolulu marathon. It's the fourth largest in the US. There's 10,000 participants, and I was going to fly out to Hawaii to do this. And so I started getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and going for these long runs. And I quickly realized that, I'm a Christian. Lord Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. That was a promise I made to myself. I would give him all the glory from any platform he's ever blessed me to speak upon. And I go to church and I do all those things, but man, I'll tell you this, I have never had more spiritual experiences than whenever I was on those morning runs at, 3, 4 in the morning, running 10 miles before I had to go into work and work in the gym. I'd my first client would be at 6 a.m. and I sometimes wouldn't leave the gym till 7 o'clock at night. And I go run 10 miles before I did that. And I would feel so proud of myself. And like I would get these downloads, like Beth was kind of saying, she gets these feelings like that's our connection, right? That's our little antennas to God, to the universe, to whatever you want to believe in. We are all ingrained with that deep inside of us, but most of us are constantly blocking it out with whatever, whatever the distractions of daily life are. But whenever we really open up our minds and we get those downloads, and I was just I was on another level. It was something I had never experienced before, and I wanted more of it. And so as I continued to do these things and I continued to train and then I went out and actually did the marathon, and all the while I just continued to find ways to challenge myself. And I'm like, I knew there was something to it. I just didn't know what, so I started doing more research, and it was really cool to figure out all these things on my own and then put science behind it because, like I said, I'm a spiritual person. To me, all this stuff was obvious, but I started just looking up little facts and finding out, more and more research. And I found out what I was doing was, I was increasing neurogenesis by up to 400% whenever I was doing stuff like this. So I figured I was literally making myself smarter. I was literally rewiring my brain during this process. And for me, that was huge because, like I shared on the call yesterday, when before I got sober, I was literally as close as you can possibly get to being one of those schizophrenic people that talk to themselves walking around town. That was me. I was constantly hearing chatter in my head, but I couldn't quite make out the voices. The drugs had gotten really a hold of my mind and my spirit. And so it was scary to watch that in real time. And then when I finally made a joint change to, better my life, I was worried that I might have had done some serious permanent damage. But even in the Bible, it says God can restore all the time that the locusts have taken from you, right? So the locusts representing things like, struggles with addiction or whatever it may be, bad and hard times in your life. Like he promises to restore those things if you're willing to do the work. And then I found out about this thing called the anterior mid-cingulate cortex, which I thought was amazing. It's a somewhat newer discovery in neuroscience. And, we're all born with them. There's two of them on either side of the front of our head. And this area of the brain is larger in athletes. People that are obese, it's a smaller area, but when they start to diet, they noticed on brain scans that this area actually grew. People that have overcome challenges in their life have a larger anterior mid-cingulate cortex. And basically, it's like they call it the will to live. It's like a muscle. You don't get to just grow it and keep it. You grow it by constantly getting outside your comfort zone. So pretty much anything that I found that was doing something positive for my life that challenged me, I knew that I was growing this area of the brain, whether it meant intense workouts, morning exercise, strength training, getting into the sauna, getting into the cold plunge. Like no one likes cold water submersion, but I do it daily because it feels so good. I know how amazing I feel afterwards. And this other thing I discovered that was just so amazing was called they have these things called hope molecules. They're basically myokine proteins that are contracted into your bloodstream whenever you're working your muscles. And when these proteins reach your brain, they make you resilient against stress, depression, anxiety, like and like I said, they nicknamed them hope molecules. Like how cool is that? This is all things that doctors and scientists are discovering. And for myself personally, like I already knew this, but I didn't have a name for it. And so to be able to figure out like that there's science being put behind all these things that I already felt inside of I just knew were the right things to do. It was really, really cool. And I started really taking a deep dive and kind of became obsessed with bettering myself. Like I said, I have a very addictive personality. I get addicted to things very easily. And I've come to find out, that is one of my superpowers. It can be used for good. So instead of addicted to the chaos and the lifestyle of the drugs and the alcohol, that everything that brought with me, I became addicted to becoming the best version of myself. And that I'm still learning. I'm only like I said, October it will be 4 years. I'm very new to this game, but one of the best things I've realized is that I've fallen in love with the process of becoming better and not so much the result. And I realized the more discipline I applied to my life, the better my life got. Like I shared with you earlier, I checked myself into a detox with no money to my name. I ended up in a sober living and was sharing a room. And then one thing led to another. And now I live in an amazing apartment a block away from the beach in Santa Barbara in one of the most beautiful cities in the world, in my opinion. People come from all over to live here, and somehow I ended up here. And I know it's just getting started. Again, like everything I have in my life is a byproduct of just working on myself. And I try to stress that, now I get to work back in the fitness industry and coaching men. And I know I'm going to take it to bigger and further levels. I'm working on my book right now, which I know is going to open up new opportunities for me. And I just I want to share this with the world. I figured it out for myself, and it's like one of those things where you get so excited and you just want to share it with everybody else. And I even took a deeper dive, right? Like I started looking, like I said, I'm a Christian. I started looking in the Bible, and I thought to myself, it's like, what was one of the first temptations in the Bible? It was food related. Why is fasting such a spiritual experience, and why is diet so important? I think this is one of the biggest things that's overlooked is the food we put into our body is so important. And, I used to think fentanyl and those kinds of drugs were the number one killers out there, which I still think they are, but I also think food is one of the most abused drugs in the world. More specifically sugar, because it affects everyone and it's such a common thing nowadays. Even when I go to church, I notice it. Out in front, they're serving up donuts and sugary drinks and all these other things. And I think it's very overlooked. And so for me, that's why I try to preach these things of not just doing it to look better, but to really have that connection with God, to not interfere with that connection when we're putting bad things into our body. So mind, body, spirit, man, it's all connected. The food we eat, the exercise we do. And for me, that's my way of showing gratitude to God for giving me another chance. A lot of people, I've lost a lot of friends along the way. I've lost a girlfriend to this disease. I've seen my uncle took his own life through this disease, and I've just seen countless people not get the chance that I've gotten. And so I say I'm grateful, but I like to back it up with action too. And I think that having a strict morning routine for me it's something that has really helped me get to where I'm at. Every single morning before I wake up, Um, I think of things that I have to be grateful for before my feet hit the floor. I won't touch my phone. And like they say, success leaves clues. I didn't think of these things. I just started to study people that had the results that I was looking for, and I picked little nuggets from certain people that I found that, I wanted to emulate. And so I started adopting these things into my life, and then getting out of bed and just making my bed first thing in the morning and trying to stack as many wins as I possibly could throughout my day. And a win is whatever say is a win. For me, getting up and making my bed first thing, that's a win. I took that's a win for me. And then I go out to the living room, and I just, again, without touching my phone before the world has a chance to get to me, I want to make sure I'm taking care of me, because you can't pour from an empty cup. And I just, I study the Bible. I'll do some scripture reading. I have a devotional, and then I just journal. And my journal entries can be anything. It can be, this morning it was just as many things I could think of to be grateful for. Some days it's things that I have going on in my personal life. And whatever it is, I do it every single morning without fail. And I love going back in those old journal entries. I still have my first one from when I first got sober, and it talks about where I was at in my life, and it just puts things into perspective, because sometimes we don't see our growth from a day-to-day basis. But whenever we get to go back and just really read those words that were written on that paper at that time, man, it's like a song that you hear that you haven't heard in so long. It puts you back in that moment. So I know I'm running short on time. I'm gonna wrap it up and see if anyone has any questions. But Ken, again, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to jump on here and speak and share a little bit about who I am and why I'm passionate about the things I speak on. So thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Matter of fact, bro, I was working out a little bit on my treadmill while you was talking. You got me.
Let's go.
But hey, man, and I got to confess, yeah, that sugar, man, is oh man, it's so. But thank you so much for opening up our eyes. Thank you so much for your contribution. Well, this is so powerful and so necessary and so needed. And I think, again, like you said, most people don't understand the power of moving our bodies. And so, again, man, thank you, thank you, thank you. And when you move your body, now you don't smile when you move your body, but after you're done, you'll smile because you feel that, ah, right?
It depends, man. I'm smiling a little bit. I love to suffer. I honestly, I've fallen in love. It's controlled adversity, right? That's the
Mm,
way I see it. Is like I know that everything that I've been through in my life, all the bad times, they shaped me into the man I am today. And so obviously, I don't want to continue to go through those, but I want to have some type of struggle in a controlled environment, and that's what I found fitness is for me. It's a controlled way. It's a healthy way to put myself through something that's going to challenge me and shape me into a better, sharper person.
wow. Well, again, thank you so much, Matt. You did an excellent job.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
we're so glad to have you. All righty. Well, folks, we're going to transfer now to our next speaker. My goodness. Look in the chat, talk to me now. Has this not been amazing? Like each speaker just seems like it just keeps building and building and giving us another hue and something else, my friend, just to be grateful for and to understand. And so Carol Hodges was actually referred to us by Beth Robbins. And so she's going to be coming forward here. And so, Carol, we're so glad to have you. And folks, again, I hope you understand the power of what's happening here. And these powerful speakers, my goodness, the dedication, the commitment. And Carol, I'm gonna have to put my glasses on. She put a little bit of information down here, but she's gonna be talking about light your world on fire, not fire, but fire. As a matter of fact, Carol, you know what? Hold on a second. You get me so fired up now. I'm gonna have to do this. Here you go. I can't even get it to light now. So we're gonna need Carol to do that. But light your world on fire. Again, she's known as the life change navigator. Wow, wow, wow. She's a transformational coach for women at midlife. Get this now, who want to tap into their purpose and power. She is also the author of The Menopause Millionaire. That'll get somebody fired up. So you're going to hear with great delight, Carol Hodges. Thank you so much. Light up our world now. Put our world on fire with a smile.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Stan. I appreciate that. And I am so glad Beth Robbins told me about this. And so I'm happy to be here just a few after her. I will tell you, one of the things that I think is so important to realize is the things that make us smile from within. And one of those is challenge. You know, humans do strange things for fun, like getting on a roller coaster and like climbing uphill chunk by chunk by chunk, just so you can get to the top. For a second, you can see out to the world. And then you go screaming down the other side. And we call that fun. We get up and we do it again. People have done bungee jumping. People are interesting. And I believe we've actually come here for something kind of unusual, the human life adventure. Because guess what? As you go through life, you'll have challenges. We all have challenges. And there's a different way to look at them because you can look at them as disasters. You can look at them as opportunities to change your life. And it's really all up to you. But how do we face that so that at the end of some sort of challenge, you can have a smile? I'm going to take you back to October 3rd, 2023. I was sitting there and watching The Voice with my husband. All of a sudden, there was a commercial and we smelled something electrical. Now, that's not a comfortable feeling. So I began looking around, looked in the kitchen, nothing. Looked in my office, nothing. My husband went out and walked the dogs, and I decided I'm going to keep looking until I find this source. Went to a back room, and a puff of smoke came through a small hole in the wall. It was coming from the workshop, which was at the back of our house. I immediately, running out, got my husband and said, "It's the workshop. Let's get back there." And being prepared people, I arrived with a phone in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other. We got there. My husband started opening the door. A puff of smoke came out. He had to get down on his hands and knees to look inside. And as he looked inside, the word he said, fire. It was about a 2-foot fire underneath a countertop. I immediately dropped my fire extinguisher, got on the phone, and called the fire department. Now, I reached them right away, only to get this message. You have reached 911. We are busy assisting other customers. Please wait online because we will answer in the order your call is received. Okay, so now I was back to what do I do next? Getting my dogs out of the house. I got them, and the room was starting to fill with smoke. So got them over to another nearby neighbor's house, and then came back and I thought, okay, my car's in the front. Maybe I should move it. So it's already smoky outside my front door. I open the door and it's filled with smoke in my home. And I think, I'm not taking singing. Maybe I could take a really deep breath and I could run just, it's like 10 feet over to get my purse and get the keys and come back. And then a little bit of sanity came over me and I realized, you know, you're not even getting a fresh breath of air out here. By the time you get inside, uh, what if you can't make it? And you become part of the problem. Now, nobody needs me laying on the inside of a burning house. So I said, okay, Spirit, car's up to you, whatever happens. Well, that night, the fire department did get there. And by the time they got there were flames above the roof. I have a new respect for how fast fire can move. And once they got there, they moved us off to the side. They took my husband and I and said, now get out of the way. So we were off at a distance sitting and watching them work, watching this fire. And as we sat there, my husband looked at me and said, we've lost everything. And yet at that moment, a sense of peace came over me. I can't even describe. I did not know what it was or why. It didn't make sense. But my husband responded, yes, I feel it too. So we sat and watched. Hours later, I was actually quite hopeful because the fire had been, you could see it at the back of the house and even up to the roof and taking part of that. But the front of the house, it looked like it always did. I had a flag out there and the flag is still flying. And so I'm thinking optimistically, well, maybe it'll be okay. Well, after some of the fire department left, there was one fireman still inside. We went up to the front door and said, hey, could we look inside? He said, well, you can't go in. I said, well, okay, could we open the door and look inside? We opened the door and I was shocked to see there was 2 inches of water on the floor. I hadn't thought of that, but that's how the fire department puts out fires. All of the walls were black. They had been white. They were black everywhere. And the ceiling was on the furniture. So I thought, okay, worse than what I thought. Well, after a deep breath, I asked the fireman, I said, could you go over and get my purse? It's just 10 feet away there. Could you go pick that up and bring it back to me? I've got my keys, my ID, everything in there. So he said, sure. He went over, got my purse, and on the way back, he took a sticker off the back of the door. And he looked at it and smiled and handed it to me. I'd forgotten what this was. It was a little post-it that said, how can I enjoy this moment even more right now? Okay, the two of us looked at each other and laughed and smiled. I had put that up there because it's part of my philosophy of life. And it just struck me. I never expected it to show up in such an odd moment. But it is true that when you look at things and you're looking for how can I enjoy it even more? Well, I had a good laugh. And then the fireman told me something that I didn't know. He said a lot of people will fall apart. He said, and but after a fire, you will see some people who are ready to move forward. And I learned that's exactly the the benefit here is how do you find that strength within yourself? And I believe in this human life adventure that you do have it. It is there for you. And that's what I now bring to clients because when the fire happened, it was as though spirit stepped into me and said, hey, stop what you're doing. And I had been, coaching, I'd done finances, I'd been helping people with different areas of life. And all of a sudden, I got a different calling. And another teacher showed up. And I've many teachers in coaching, but I began to realize that once you actually find that power within, no matter what personal development you do or hear or need, it's all one thing. It does boil down to our connection to spirit. And I believe that's one of the reasons why that we like these adventures. And I I also managed to say I cleaned out my home. Many people are starting to get rid of things. And that time became a time of not only getting rid of things I didn't need anymore, but actually it became um, a look at my whole life, a life review as I looked at things in my house. And it became something very special to me. Now, I do want to share with you that some things of precious were left. And these are pictures done by my father. And you see, and that's the boat that I used to sail. So when I say life change navigator, it's because yeah, I've been out on boats and understand that you've got to have a compass. When you have a compass, then whether there's winds or it's calm, you can you will make it. So thank you very much. I think my time is running out here.
You did wonderful, Carol. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. Also, just looking at what could be considered a tragedy and turning it into something that is a new beginning. So, thank you
Yes.
so much. And I have my partner, Dr. Michelle Mraz, who's taking the baton for host. How are you, Dr. Michelle?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, I should have kept my yellow. I should have kept my yellow smile shirt on, but I got another smile shirt. I'm rotating them out every hour.
I've got them in my ears.
You see the fire behind Dr. Stan? This is, I mean, this is
Well, she kept talking about being fired up, and you talked about the yellow thing, so I had to come on real quick. But I knew you were taking over. But God bless you. And Carol did an amazing, amazing job. Wow.
That's a power story.
I'm fired up just because of that. Breakthrough time. Okay.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Breakthrough.
Michelle, did you hear Dr. Stan has inspired me to change my name from Ken to 10. I'm going 10, 10, 10.
I heard that, and he's going to be on the cover of the Dual magazine with, when Janelle said, "You're going to be on the cover of my magazine," before she ever had a magazine. That's what she told me. And then here I was. That's me. That's me on her magazine. Yeah, awesome woman.
So we'll make sure you guys are connected if you're not already. So I think you have your first guest coming on. So
my first guest is Paz Simpson. I saw him pop on.
He is here. Paz, you ready to go? We're excited to have you again. Thank you for all the hosting you did last night. He took the 10 p.m. to midnight slot.
Right before Dakota.
Yeah, that's right. And I'll be before Brian Tarr too.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Well, our next guest here he's the happiness engineer, and he talks about living in gratitude. So please welcome Paz Simpson.
Oh man, the pleasure is all mine. Can you hear me clearly? Am I coming through good?
Yes, you are, but are you on a cell phone? Because the camera's in and out.
I'll move the camera. That's my webcam. Can we see it better now? Are we doing better?
We're doing better, but you want to look down at the camera.
All right. Well, look down. All right, there we go. How about that? We going better?
Much better. It's all you now.
Oh, all righty. So my name is Paz Simpson. Most people call me the happiness engineer. And I am so grateful to be here with you today, to be able to talk to you about living, right, in a life of gratitude. We are taught every day how to forget that we are blessed and highly favored. But every moment that we are living life, we are living in the miracle. Right? There are two miracles that we're always living in. That's life and breath. If you don't think those two things are miracles, try to live without them. Right? We can't live without them. A few years back, my business partner suffered a major loss, and we lost him to a murder, unfortunately. At that point, I was in the music industry. And I was at the top of the music industry, but I was highly, highly upset. My life, even though the world thought I was successful, I knew that it was all a fraud, a facade. So when my business partner was murdered, I decided to get down on my knees. It was the first time I prayed in probably 15 years. And I asked the God, universe, however you choose to connect with infinite intelligence, to let me redefine my life. I said, this cannot be my life. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. And then the next morning, I opened up my computer, and the Napoleon Hill Foundation's phone call was on my computer. And at that point, they were reading a book called Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. It's a book that helps you deal with self-identity. And if you've never read it, I highly recommend it. And it allowed me to start to look at myself. And then I started watching a movie called The Secret. And in that movie, there was a gentleman named Bob Proctor, someone I got to meet, greet, and actually share stages with before he passed on. But at that moment, I just wanted to find myself. And Bob Proctor taught that if you can just say, I'm so happy and grateful, and follow it up with something. I'm so happy and grateful to be alive. I'm so happy and grateful to be here with you. You can begin, right, to change the trajectory of your life. So I started, filling out these gratitude books. And we would go, I'm so happy and grateful. I'm so happy and grateful. And we'd write them down. And then as we studied, we started to realize a couple of things. And these are the things I'm going to give to you. First of all, misery loves company, but so does happiness. So if you are a happy and grateful person, you will also open up your doors, your windows, your lives to also attract more happy. 10 years ago, I met my brother Ken, who's now leading the Smile-A-Thon. This is even before Kenny had the cool haircut, right? We started to realize how we can do it. And so I want to give you some tips so that you can lead life and live life happy and grateful. First of all, there are only 3 activities in life. 3 activities in life. Most of us aren't taught this because we're taught to think all kinds of things. So the 3 activities in life are first income building activities, legacy building activities, and then recreation. I'm going to focus on recreation because that's where most of our unhappiness comes from and where we do not find ourselves living in gratitude the most. Recreation doesn't mean that you're having fun. It just means that you're not doing a legacy building activity that's learning, leaving your name behind by doing some of the things like right now, even while I'm here, I'm doing a legacy building activity because I have a whole group of young entrepreneurs who I've taught setting up a pop-up shop. Income building activities. Income building activities are activities that allow you to earn money. And it's an income building activity if you can earn money within a 7-day period. I say that because we can spend time, years, working on things that we say are income building activities, but become ways for us to procrastinate. And then recreation. Most of us spend time, most of our lives in recreation and not even realize it, right? We're not recreating what we want in life. So we don't realize that we're in recreation. Recreation should really be termed procreation, right? Because what we do in our free time will determine what we get in our lifetime. Let me say that for you again. What we do in our free time will determine what we get in our lifetime. So if you spend your free time gossiping, speaking negatively, if you're focused, right, in negativity in your recreation, watching television that doesn't uplift you, spending time talking about reality TV, all types of different things that take away from your ability to smile. But if we are intentional with our actions, intentional with what we're doing, we will see that not only will we, will we be able to develop an attitude of gratitude and give gratefully. If you were on our talk last night, you heard our personal manifesto, which is I love me. I'm worthy. Some people may not will be glad that I'm here, right? Let me say that for you again, because that's one way to realize how to live gratefully, to know that you are worthy, to know that your dreams are worth it, that you can love yourself no matter how many times you stumble, right? To know that some people may not like you, it's okay. Because every time you show up, there's going to be someone that loves that you showed up. There's going to be someone that's transformed by your energy. There's someone that's going to be touched because you are uniquely you. So living in an attitude of living gratefully, if at any moment you find yourself losing your smile, you can easily reprogram yourself by writing 5 grateful things. And if you can't think of 5 things to be grateful for, start with, I'm so happy and grateful to be alive. I'm so happy and grateful to breathe. I'm so happy and grateful to be able to write. I'm happy and grateful. And then go from there. You'll find that you'll naturally find more reasons to be grateful. So let's focus on, again, those 3 activities. When we're doing these activities well, your income building activities, your legacy building activities, and your recreation all gets to work together. Because they say, right, if you're doing what you love, it's never work. So if you love what you're doing, so if you love how you're building your income, even that can be recreational. I love what I do as the happiness engineer, as the lead dream protector for Big Happy Consultants, because we don't have a CEO. We say every business is a dream, and every business owner is a dreamer. So we protect the dream and the dreamer. So if you love what you do, it will never be work. So that makes work or your income building activity recreation. It makes it easier for you to smile while you're doing. It makes it easier for you to find your way. And more importantly, it allows you to lean into your greatness. Sit back and think of the people around me allowing me to smile big. Are my friends, family, co-workers, associates, are we in a space where we are talking about things that feel good? Or are we consistently complaining, right? Misery loves company. We hear that all the time, but so does happiness. No one likes to be alone, and we are all connected. We are all connected. So why not connect yourself to people, places, things that feel good? Why not intentionally be grateful? Because we can be grateful and never satisfied. Grateful for everything that we've accomplished. Grateful for everything that we've learned. Grateful for the opportunities that we've had, but not satisfied because we know that we can be more, we can do more, we can have more in gratitude. So I want you all in this last hour of the Smile-A-Thon to think about, 1, are my activities bringing me the type of happiness that I want? If they are not, you can ask yourself, are these activities necessary? If they are not necessary to build income, to take care of your well-being, you can easily let it go, right? You can replace that activity with something else. And if you don't know what to replace it with, that's okay. You don't have to know right away. You just have to know that this is where I want to be, happy and grateful. You just have to be willing to get out of your own way so that God, the universe, infinite intelligence, however you choose to connect, can see you, the true you, and begin to co-conspire, to collaborate, to allow you to just be. I know my time is coming up and it comes by quickly, these 10 minutes. So I'm going to give you those activities again, right? There are income building activities, there are legacy building activities, and then there's recreation. Recreation doesn't mean that you're always having fun, but it means that you're not leaving your mark. Work on leaving your mark. There are too many dreams that have died before they can be accomplished. You are worthy. Your dream is worth it. And when we step into our greatness, there are going to be people along the way that are going to meet you in that journey. Just because who you're looking for is not with you right now doesn't mean who you need won't show up as soon as you say, I'm ready and I'm grateful. This is Paz Simpson reminding you that gratitude is not just an attitude, but a choice. So choose wisely and smile big.
Thank you so much, Paz. Now, where are you? Because I know you have a group of young entrepreneurs behind you. I can hear them. Where are you? Because if anyone wants to come along and help and be part of your world, and then how do they reach you?
Oh, yes. I'm in Allentown, Pennsylvania, but I also have an office in New York City. I'm back and forth between Allentown and New York. I'm in Allentown because this is where we do our gang work. You know, under my leadership, we were the first city in America to have their Bloods, Crips, and Latin Kings all working together. They work together to pass out diapers during the pandemic, and they still pass out food in food deserts. On social media, I am the happiness engineer. I'm everywhere as happiness engineer, or you can find me at Paz Simpson. Everywhere that you can find P-A-S Simpson. I am the only Paz Simpson in the world, thank goodness. And if you ever need us to support you, our company, Big Happy Consultants, we can help you at joyfulfunds.com, where we help people get funding, get clarity, and get to where they need to next.
Good job, Paz. Yeah, you got all over the place. And I've got to bring up our next speaker. Thank you so much for all you do and for sharing so much. I should connect with you. We have a lot of thoughts the same.
Yes,
So,
let's do it. Ken knows how to find me, and I'll be glad to help you, my sister.
Yes. Okay. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Paz. Our next speaker is Jeff Marconet. Now, I met him in Kansas City, and he helps people build resiliency and to basically, he says, what? Make every second count. And I don't know if he's sharing his story because his story is freaking powerful. And he's a motivational, just watching him is motivational. I saw him on Facebook the other day running on a treadmill. And on a treadmill, I know I fall on, Jeff. And he was just running away. So, Jeff, I don't want to take up any of your time. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, I want to ask you guys, when is the last time you experienced a moment of joy and just smiled your mouth off? Like, just smile. It's funny. I asked you this, but there was a time in my life that I could no longer do that. A time where I couldn't smile. I couldn't even open my mouth. You see, I had my jaw wired shut. But I digress. So, when I was 17 years old, I was involved in a very serious car accident. I spent 2.5 months in a coma and 3.5 in the hospital. I was told I wouldn't get to ever walk again, and there might not be any speech in my future as well. But I decided that I was going to fight and I wasn't going to accept what they told me is truth. And boy, let me tell you, I'm glad I did. Because you see, I have been going through therapy now for 23 plus years. And I don't foresee myself giving up anytime soon. Now, I tell you this stuff not to brag on myself, not to make myself look good, but I tell you this stuff to show you guys that it is possible for you. Possible for you to not give up on yourself and find that smile again. So I'm going to let you in on another little story. So when I was just coming out of a coma and I was riding in a wheelchair at the time, being pushed around by other people, and they told me at this time, Jeff, you can quit this therapy thing anytime now. That a lot of people live every day in a wheelchair and they're happy. I said, yeah, they might be, but me, I'm not. So I went back to working and struggling and all that therapy stuff that isn't fun. And I finally got to the point that I was walking with the walker. And they told me, Jeff, this is amazing. You're doing so good. We are so proud of you. You can give up therapy now because we don't know that there's going to be anything more for you. I said, yeah, I probably could. You're right. And I understand people might be happy out there, but me, I'm not. So I went back to fighting. I went back to struggling. And eventually I got to walking with a cane. Everybody was shocked, including me. I loved it. But they told me again, Jeff, you can quit this therapy thing now. People live every day walking with a cane and they're happy. I said, yeah, you're right. I could quit. They probably are happy, but me, I'm not. So I went back to fighting. I went back to struggling. And I got to the next point where I was walking unassisted. That means absolutely nothing. So no walker, no cane, no wheelchair. I was just walking perfectly. Well, not perfectly because my walking isn't pretty, but hey, whatever. But they told me again at that point, Jeff, this is amazing. You're up and walking. You can finally quit therapy now. People live every day walking unassisted and they're happy. I said, yeah, you're right. I could. And yeah, you're right. They probably are happy. But me, I'm not. You see, I am going to run. There is nobody out there that can stop me from running. And I understand This might seem a little weird for a Smile-A-Thon to be talking about, but my thing is don't give up on yourself. You're the only person out there that can stop you from doing what you want to do, from what you want to achieve. So if you want to have a great day, have a great day. Don't let any outside influence affect your great day, your joy. Just smile your way through it. Because just like Paz said, that when you're thankful of things that you have and abilities that you have, then you will start to see more things you were thankful for. And only happiness can grow out of things that you were thankful for. You can't be thankful and mad at the same time. Try it. So, in the comments right now, I would like you guys to put if you are refusing to give up or you have given up on something. And in the future, I don't want you to give up. I want you to smile your way through it. Even when you're having a bad day, smile, because that smile will help you out, but it also helps other people out. And it's just amazing when you can smile. And remember, I couldn't smile for the longest time, but I can now. So I want to let you in on another little story. So sorry, I've kind of brain fart there for a minute. That kind of happens when you've had a traumatic brain injury. And oh, all right. So this story is this. I don't know about you guys, but in the comments, if you could put down if you played any sports or you play video games or you do anything that requires movement or requires use of your hands and fingers. And just let me know because you see, I played basketball, I played football, I played baseball, I played basketball, I rode BMX, I rollerbladed, I skateboarded, I did everything that I could get my hands on. And I was so much of an athlete. But you see, I had all these abilities, but I took them for granted. You see, I told you all the sports that I played, and you guys told me sports that you played. But I'm not talking about those kind of abilities. I'm talking abilities to use your hands, use your fingers, use your arms, use your feet, use your toes, use your legs. I'm talking the ability to walk, the ability to sit up on the edge of the bed without assistance, the ability to turn your head freely, the ability to see, the ability to hear, the ability to smell. Because we all have those abilities. And if we're thankful for each one of those abilities, remember, only happiness can grow out of being thankful for things. So, this is just another way that you can be thankful for things and still smile. Because a smile is showing the world that you are confident. You have a lot going on in your life. And even if you don't, you can still show the world that you're here. So I don't know. I realize this was weird for a Smile-A-Thon, but I want you guys to realize that whatever you were going through, you can smile because me, I still have a smile on my face after all that I've been through. And after all the pain that I go through and all the issues that I still have, I'm still smiling. There's nobody that can stop me from smiling except for me. And that's the same in your life. There's nobody that can stop you from smiling except for you, unless you allow that person to take your smile away. So, for the next month, for the next year, for the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, for the rest of eternity, I need you guys to do me a favor. I need you to make every second count. Why, you ask? Because you never know when your seconds are going to run out on your one life. But for this event, I need you guys to do that with a smile. So make every second count with a smile. All right. And that's actually what I have for you today. I'm sorry. I know it was kind of quick.
No, not at all. It was perfect timing, actually.
And
it was not a weird subject because you are one of the happiest people and you've gone through hell in a handbasket. And you know my story. We are both two of the most brilliant smilers who have gone through hell in a handbasket. So that is not a weird topic. That is exactly what the world needs to hear.
And I just say, when I first met Jeff, he came up to me, he says, "Hey, Smalls." And I never will forget that day. He says, and I had to return this. I had to return the sentiment. I said, "Well, Smalls, you smile too."
Yeah, that's fantastic, Jeff. And I'm so proud of everything you've done and everything you've come through and how you encourage everybody with your own story, because I say the same thing that you say. Be thankful that you can sit up. Be thankful you can open your eyes. I mean, we know what it's like not to. So it's like when people do, I have nothing to be happy about. It's like, you're complaining, aren't you? I think you should be happy about that.
Yeah, and I always have a tendency to say, "Hey, you're alive, aren't you?" And people are like, "Well, yeah." I said, "Well, you could be 6 feet under right now." And then
right?
they're taken back. They're like, "Whoa."
Yeah, it's all perspective, how you
Yeah.
look at life. And when you've hit parts where people didn't believe you were going to move anymore, and here you are shrugging away and taking care of people and helping other people find their way, it's magic. So thank you for your smiles. And it's the perfect story for a Keep Smiling Day. And I hope, well, I know you're going to keep sharing that. So you keep going. And I hope to run into you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Have a great day. You keep smiling.
Have a great day too.
Thank you. Our next guest, where is he? His name is Stephen Beaver. He's a visionary strategist, and I know him for telling me to take more vacations. So, Jeff, if you turn on off your camera, I'm hoping that Stephen turns on his camera, and then you'll switch places.
I need access, it says.
To turn on the
You
camera?
cannot start your video because it's disabled by the host. So whoever's the host, they can undisable it. Or co-hosts usually can too. Start my video. There we go. Thank you, whoever did that.
I don't know. We have a magic person behind the screen. I have no idea. Hey, we're matchy.
Hey, we are. And Michelle, you do have a amazing story. We've known each other for quite a while. But before I forget, Pause, I believe, was on before. And he was talking about income producing activities, which is in my wheelhouse. I'm going to compliment him by A, first putting that out, and then B, giving another definition of income producing activities, because people give me all kinds of marketing and this and that. No. There's only one income producing activity out there, only one. Talking to a client that wants what you have and can afford you.
Amen to that. So I wanted to, I almost said your tagline. I won't say it because I'm sure you're telling the story. And I didn't get to share my story in this entire marathon.
Oh, you're kidding.
We had so many people wanting to be on as guests that
you are sharing it in the final.
You're going to let me do that? Okay.
Oh, yes.
So
awesome, because it is an amazing story.
Well, I don't want to take your time, Stephen. So you go on and
okay.
Do the best you. Happy man.
So I'm going to start off with, as I do always, talking about somebody else. Vinny Smile Chopra, if you remember the glasses, these actually are given to me. He's a friend of mine. Said something about Jim Rohn. You are the sum total of the 5 people that you hang around the most. And so I thought about that. I'd already prepared two talks. One of them was how to make a friend in 30 seconds, and the other one is how to pick the right person to get you to where you want to get to your goals the fastest. And I thought, making a friend in 30 seconds is good, but if you pick the wrong one, how are you picking the wrong friend? So I'm going to go with this one. So it's what I call the 5 threes. So just like Vinny said, remember, you are the sum total of the 5 closest people around you. So if they're not helping you, they're hurting you. So friends, mentors, coaches, or even family members that put you down or are a negative influence in your life, make you feel bad, make it harder for you to succeed. Case in point, was my son came over one day and he had his new girlfriend with him, and my wife and them started talking about one of our other kids, not in a nice way. And yeah, he was making some poor life decisions, but this wasn't a conversation to have with somebody that was brand new into the family, and really not one that we should be talking anyway. We weren't helping the situation. They were just, and she turned to me because she noticed I was being very quiet, and she said, do you like me? And I said, I'll tell you this, you'll know if I don't like you because I'll tell you. Just like right now, I don't like this discussion because it's very negative, it's not helpful, and it's just something that doesn't need to be. And my wife knew immediately that she hit what I call the 3-second person, which we'll talk about in a second. And she says, what would you like to talk about? And I said, literally anything else. So family members can do this too. And you just got to toe the line sometimes and make sure that they understand that there's a line there, right? And negativity doesn't help. You. So if you're not fixing the problem, you are part of the problem. So, I mean, just like try swimming or running with a 20-pound weight around each leg. Are you at your best? I mean, yeah, sure, it might be fun. You can maybe beat some people, but are you at your best? I mean, so you just need to put people in these categories I'm about to give you. There's 5 of them, and I call them the 3, and you'll find out in just a second why. Not everyone is created equal. So as much as you like people, sometimes you're going to find, wow, they're really in the category that I either need to be careful of, or I need to maybe spend more time with them. So you don't know. So people who make it to the 30-minute all-day category, I'm just going to skip this because we haven't gone to that. So the first of the 3s is what I alluded to earlier. Stay away from me. These people are 3-second people. Just stay away from me. If you see them in the hallway, you put your head down, you don't talk to them. You don't make any contact with these people. Any contact is bad contact with these people. You know they're negative. They're always going to have something negative to say. They're going to bring you down. And this up here is your most important way to keep smiling, right? You got to have that positive attitude. It's you can smile through it, but it's not, there's a smile that you really want, right? So and I mean, just what benefit are these people again, right? So it's kind of harsh. I know what I'm saying. And I'm the TMV guy. I'm like everybody thinks, but I'm also the strategist, the business consultant that says what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. So bear with me here. So that's the 3-second person. Then you got the 3-minute person. Yeah, these people are a little bit above the pay grade of the 3-minute person. These are people you're going to say, okay, how you doing? Great. I got a thing I got to do. They're the water cooler people, right? You can't miss them. Maybe you have to interact just and so do you really want to be around these people though? That's what you got to really think, right? So that's your 3-second and your 3-minute. Then you've got your 30-minute person. These are people like you can go to lunch with, right? You can have a good time. These are like your old friends from high school or whatever, college or whatever. How you doing? Great. You're going to catch up on times. It was a great lunch, and we'll see you later and talk to you. It's good for the soul, right? So these people, they're not really helping you or hurting you so much, but they're old time friends, and or people that or maybe you're wanting to get to know them, right? You You can take that. So you spend 30 minutes, invest that time for the people that you don't know. And so, friends are relaxing, they're a positive influence, and it's really what you call me time, right? This is the time where, okay, it's not business, it's not professional. This is the time where you're just going to sit down and just have a nice talk and reminisce about the good old times, hopefully. And so these are your 30-minute people. Then you have the 3-hour people. Now, these people are like, wow, great time that you spent with them. It's you're so happy, you're enlightened, you're learning, you're going back and forth, and you're feeling good about yourself, and you're really, really happy that you spent some time with them. But time ends and you got to go. So these are the three. You don't have to spend 3 hours with somebody, but you would say, hey, I'd put them in that category. I could spend 3 hours. There's a lot of people that I know. Michelle, sorry, I had a cough. That I can spend 3 hours with without thinking about it, right? So these are really great times for you, and it really puts you in a very positive mindset. And you can think yourself. Everybody agrees you can think yourself sick. So that means you can think yourself healthy, right? So if you're in a good time like that, and you're eating right, working out, doing all those other things that you're supposed to do, this really can really the glue that holds everything together is to having that positive mental attitude. And spending time with these 3-hour people is a great. And then the final 5 of the 3s is a 3-day person, somebody that you could spend 3 days with. That was the most amazing day ever, right? Or days ever. And you're just so fortunate that you're with them that day, and you literally become a better person because of that. You become a better person for the 3-hour person too, but when you spend a day, 2 days, 3 days with someone, and it doesn't happen very often, usually it's with a spouse, hopefully, or a significant other, and you're building that relationship. We're creatures of culture. We are not hermits. Matter of fact, 20,000 years ago, if you were ostracized from the tribe and sent out on your own, and you were kicked, you died. There was no such thing as a loner out there back then. So we have genetically been imposed to be creatures of culture, creatures that stick together and work together. So we need this interaction. So that's why these 3 days events and things like that you go to, there's a method behind the madness on this kind of stuff. So this is the 5 threes. I'm going to go ahead and share. I believe I have access. Yes, I do. So that everybody can see it. Oops, where did I go? There. So the 5 threes. So if you wanted to take a picture of it, whatever. The 3 stay away from me, 3 seconds. 3 minute, hey, how you doing? Great, gotta go. 30 minute, nice lunch. It was great talking to you. 3 hours, wow, was so great. Time applies though. Got to talk to you later. And that was the most amazing day or days ever. I've ever been very fortunate to be with you. If you want to reach me, my podcast is the Busy Beavers Club. Beating you to the punch, Michelle, or Ken. And it's about helping people mentally, physically, and with their financial health. So health, your mental, physical, and financial health, right? It's on YouTube. You can follow me on any social media, TMV Stephen Beaver or TMV Stephen Beaver. LinkedIn is the best way for somebody to reach out. I don't look at all of my social medias. I'm a producer, not a consumer of social media. So I don't sit on there and watch a lot of cat videos or things like that. So there you have it, the 5 threes. And I hope that helps. And now you start looking at it. Is it harsh? Yes, it can be harsh, but you have to protect this thing up here. It is the most precious thing you have, is your mental attitude. And when you're around negativity, it breeds negativity. And yes, you can say, you can think you can help people, but people won't change unless they want to. And so you got to remember that. You can't save everyone. Only save the people that want to be saved. All right, so that is pretty much it. I could go on for some other things, but this is the one thing that I thought would be the most helpful, everybody. And if you have any questions or anything like that, I see there's some comments below. Young at heart keeps that youthful glow. Yeah. You give me a 2-minute warning, and you don't look old enough to have a son that old. Actually, my son is 33 years old. Yeah, he's up there. And family time is great. And when we go on that would be a super, well, it wouldn't be a super vacation because it's only 3 days or 2 nights or 3 days, but that would be a regular vacation where you could spend 3 days with someone and you really get to know people. It's hard to, like what we're doing right now, it's hard. You forget that you're being recorded, right? So all your mannerisms and everything like that is boom. As a matter of fact, well, Michelle, stay on in because Michelle, I know it's not always about me, right? Like it is in my life, but since we're on right now, Michelle teaches speakers how to speak on stage. And so she can say that I'm absolutely right, that we don't, she's probably picked me apart. It's like, oh my God, oh, Stephen, that's a filler word. This is that. You're doing this. Where's your hand movement? I didn't do a lot of hand movement this time, which I normally do, but she's going to be nice and say, no, you did just fine. But back into the scene, hopefully, because she's my friend, she'll let me know the real deal.
Yes, because you're definitely the 3-day people.
Appreciate that.
No, you have to tell everyone what TMV stands for so they can remember.
That's right. Take more vacations. And the reason that is because I'll just give the quick 1-minute story. I remember my oldest son's first T-ball practice. That's all I saw. I don't know if they won the game, if they lost the games. I don't know what position he played. I don't know if they had a winning or losing season. And then the other quick story is in 18 years, I had 5 kids. In 18 years, we only took 4 vacations because back in the 80s and 90s, we're Americans. We work harder than everybody else. And I fell into that trap. I did not understand. And so now, who is it better to talk to about building a business? So if you're a workaholic, a reformed, like an alcoholic, do you want to talk to a reformed alcoholic, or do you want to talk to a teetotaler that's never done anything with alcohol before? Of course, you want to talk to a reformed alcoholic. Well, reformed workaholic. So there's the story behind that.
Take more vacations, Stephen Beaver.
TMV,
You can
baby.
find them all over the place. And that is really what keeps us smiling, is realizing that we can pull away from what occupies our time and realize you need to plan financially for what you want to do. And that's why, well, we met Stephen. I don't remember where we met you, somewhere in California. I don't remember where we met you, but we had so much fun together because one, your energy, you are one of the people we wanted to stay with for those 3 days. And that attitude of gratitude and loving people and saying, you know what, that energy's bad. Let's stick over here. You know, that energy's great. Let's hang out here. And we had so much fun. And I'm so glad that you became one of my friends, that you're in my world and that we both like the color yellow.
It's the primary color for advertising, yellow and black. Best Buy colors, most visible spectrum for the human eye.
All right. Well, Stephen, thank you for being you. And we need to catch each other on the flip side. I've got to bring on the next speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next guest, he wants you to know that you are a miracle worker. And he has hosted his radio show for over 25 years on the #1 talk station in Las Vegas. He's a motivational speaker, a best-selling author. He's an attorney for 48 years. Please welcome Robert Seidel. Welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Robert Seidel. It's a pleasure to be with you here today.
Good morning. It is all you. You ready? Of course you are.
I am. Thank you, Michelle.
Have a good one. We'll see you in a bit.
You are on the air. You are good to go, Robert.
Okay. Do you want me to? Are you there, Ken?
I am. You can go ahead and share about your book. Share how you bring smiles to the world with your book.
All right. This is Robert Seidel, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys today. I guess you're having a fun time. The Smile-A-Thon. I like that. That's a neat idea. It fits very much with my philosophy on these things, which is that, all of us, the one thing we can do. I have a card myself, for the people that could see this right here. know if you can read that or not from your angle. It says expect a miracle. Actually, I guess I could put it closer to the camera. It says expect a miracle. And I just like Ken likes to give out, you like to give out saying smile, right? And what does yours say, Ken?
Keep smiling.
Keep smiling. So in any event, I have the same philosophy he does, which is that the opportunity is to keep reaching out, to keep opening our hearts to love and trying to make the world a better place. And I have a book that's been published nationally. Oops, I got to get that kind of level. It's called The Gateway, and it's available on Amazon. It has the ability to people tell me over and over again. Actually, let me show you a little bit better copy here. You can probably see it a little bit better. And it has the ability to help each one of us find our own dreams and truths and be able to move towards them. Because you know what? That's what we all need to do in this life. We all need to figure out ways to uh, feel happier, more fulfilled, and move ourselves in the right direction. It's a daily opportunity for each one of us. And today, the topic I wanted to share just very simply is that if you happen to be listening to this, wherever and whenever, I want to remind you of one simple fact. You are a miracle worker. And what does that mean exactly? Well, I've made my whole life an exploration of that possibility. And I studied all the great teachings, and most especially the Bible and Christ's life. And the one thing that seems to come very clearly through his message is that we all are endowed with great ability to miraculously change the world around us. He said that over and over again. And so, what I'd like to say to each of you today that happen to be listening is that wherever you are, whatever's happening in your life, whatever you are encountering, you are endowed with an infinite connection of miracle working power and grace and wholeness, which can permit you to find opportunities you would never think are possible. And that's the thing I think which is so critical to grasp. You can find things that you would never imagine are possible. And I, and there's so how can you do this? How can you start to make it real? How can you start to, because without that, life can seem like a hopeless experience. And so let me just give you a couple little simple ideas because I don't know how much time we have. We have a very short time, I should say. I do know that. And so let me just say a couple different things. What are the miracles of life? Well, love, I think, is the biggest miracle by itself. And that there's such a thing as love. If we were just machines, there would be no such thing as love, but we're not. And we really can love. And anyone who has children or has been in a relationship with somebody knows what love is. And my dad used to say, and he lived to 99 and a half, that love is the most powerful force in the world and the least understood. So, for each one of you, I want to uh, I want to encourage you to open yourself to the idea of how can you share more love. You want a miraculous life? You want a prosperous life? You want a successful life? Figure out a way to share more love with the people in your world. You will find yourself getting more and more successful. The second idea I want you to think about is, are you being positive? What are you saying with your words? Are you blessing yourself? Are you blessing the people around you? Or are you cursing yourself and cursing the people around you? Which I know sounds like a strange thing to say, but without realizing it, we may well be uh, putting negative consciousness into our own hearts, and that negative consciousness can begin to create a negative effect on our world. And so, uh, for each one of you, I want you just to think in the morning, how can I wake up in the morning and say, what amazing miracle is going to happen to me today? What amazing miracles are going to happen to the people I love today? What amazing miracles are going to happen in this world today? And just start planting your mind with miraculous possibilities. What amazing new ideas of how I can live my life, do my business, meet new people, be healthier, be happier. What amazing new ideas can come to me today, this one day of life? What wonderful people might I meet today that might become friends of a lifetime? And I've been opening myself to that possibility for a long time. And I now, in the last few years, have met some wonderful new friends, in addition to friends I've had literally since I've been in elementary school. But I have friends that I've also met in the last few years that have become lifetime friends too. So part of it's so important to create that kind of an inner affirmation in your soul. What wonderful people. what miraculous possibilities am I going to have today in this world? And so that's just see, and knowing that you're, if you begin to absorb the idea that you are a miracle worker, that you are in a miraculous kingdom, and that doesn't always seem that way, and especially read something in the news, it might pull you down a little bit, but come back, be a light. I have a friend that every time I finish a phone call with her, I've known her for like 40 years, she says the same thing: be the light, be the light, be the light. So wherever you are, be the light in what can sometimes be a dark world. And then your light will light people up and you will have more success, more happiness, more fulfillment. So, okay, I think I'm seeing you there. Hold on, let's see. How you doing today? Oops, oh, that was somebody else. I just popped onto my screen. I don't know
That
how
was
that
an
happened.
accident.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, I don't know how this is exactly working. Michelle, is Ken going to be on this at all, or is it just me right now?
No, it was all you. I just introduced you, and then you talk about how we are all miracle workers, like you're doing right now. And then I give you a 2-minute warning. And then if you want to have anyone ask questions, then you can do it then, unless you
Okay.
want to stay
It's
on.
all good. It's all good. It's all good. That's great. So, in any event, uh, for each of you, the enduring, I thought to myself, what if you had one message in life that could change people's lives? What I'd like to suggest to each one of you is that, again, come back to the simple idea. You are a miracle worker in a miraculous kingdom, but the problem most of us have, all of us, if without realizing it, we could get into routine thinking. Oh, it's just another day, and yet each day is so precious, isn't it? Because we don't know how many days we have on this world. I had two brothers pass away at much younger ages than I am now. One was 24 years younger than I am now, and and if that taught me anything, it's like every day is a gift. And even if you're facing some frustrations or challenges, if you just can remember today is a gift, let me be open to the infinite miracle working power. And I like to say, of God, um, the final thought I really want to say is that the we need to be whatever dreams you want to have happen. If you really want to have happiness, in my worldview, surrender them to God. Whatever your conception of God is, I happen to accept Christ, but whatever yours is, open yourself to God's blessings and direction. And um, because what you don't want is things that aren't in your best interest. So the goal is for each of us as we grow spiritually, when you begin to really embrace your miracle working potential, which is what my book's about. I'll show it to you one more time, and it's on Amazon. So it's I can't even tell you how many people told me that it's called The Gateway by Robert Seidel. I can't begin to tell you how many people have told me that book has changed their life. Why? Because it changes their consciousness, opens them, puts them into a flow of infinite divine awareness. So for each that happens to be listening to me right now, um, I've actually been doing a radio show now for over 25 years. I was thinking about it yesterday. And so I like to share a message of simple inspiration, affirmation, and empowerment so that you could wake up and say, wow, I'm in this extraordinary experience called a human life, and I'm a spiritual being having a human experience, and what possibilities are available to me today. The problem for all of us is that we get into just kind of repetitive thinking, and we give up, don't think anymore sometimes about where we can go and what might happen in life. And our mind gets kind of, we get into one of the people I liked used to listen to. I don't know, a lot of you probably haven't even heard of him. His name is Zig Ziglar, but he used to call it stinking thinking. You want to avoid stinking thinking. So, and we can all fall into it. But when you see yourself into stinking thinking, you're starting to think, what's it all worth? Where am I going? Step back and say, okay, I don't have to do that. Life is a miracle. I'm going to bless myself through God's grace. God is blessing me. I'm going to bless myself through positive affirmations and words and love towards myself. And I'm going to bless every person I meet through positive affirmations and words in their lives as well. And so those things are those ideas. If you and I could start incorporating those every day in our life, I guarantee your life will begin to change dramatically. if you feed yourself enough positive, inspirational consciousness on a daily basis, that is food for your spirit, and you will begin to produce miraculous new possibilities in your life. Um, and the key is, are you willing to really become focused on that, like a laser, focused like a laser on the infinite possibilities of life? It's said in the spiritual traditions, we should become one pointed, focused in our awakening to our potential. So are you going to be opened to the miracle working divine potential and purpose of your life? That's the question. And if you're listening to this, I'm going to tell you, you are going to be open to it, and you are open to it. So I'm going to encourage you to just become excited about who you are. So there's an exercise in my book, The Gateway, where it says, look in the mirror and repeat positive things towards yourself. And when you're looking in the mirror, say something along the lines, I am a wonderful, charismatic, inspired, and loving person. And everywhere I go, I lift people up. If you make that your daily affirmation, do you know that you're going to attain a miraculous good in your life? And you're going to have so much love and goodness coming to you that you're going to be amazed what happens in your world. Is that Ken now, do I see?
Yeah, this is me. And I just want to say thank you for being here. You're, of course, going to be on the Dr. Smiley show for like an hour and a half. This was the Smile-A-Thon, and every single person got 15 minutes to share how they bring smiles to the world, their book, their philosophy. And Alok, if you, yeah, just go on a video off for a second, you're going to be the next person. So guess what, Robert, you finished our 23rd hour. We're about to approach the 24th and final hour of the Smile-A-Thon. And it's been, all the feedback we're getting is that we need to do another one on October 3rd, which is the International Smile-A-Thon, representing as many countries around the world, because a smile is a universal expression. I can tell you, every time I travel, I'm sure you too, you smile at somebody from another country, they know exactly what that means. So we're excited
You know what?
to publish your, go ahead, Robert.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, we're excited about your book. I've been, the day I met you in Vegas, I saw your book. I've read your book. It's an amazing book. I would be honored to publish it, republish it, market it, and let the world know how brilliant this piece is.
Well,
And
listen, it's
something,
a
Robert,
great,
what's your talk
yes.
show name? You never said it.
Okay. The talk show name is The Gateway Show also.
Oh, good.
Gateway Show. And if anybody wants to find it, you can go to YouTube and type in the word Gateway and Seidel. Gateway and Sidell. And it will pull up my YouTube, and you can see copies of it, including the interview I did with Ken on the show. So my radio show that's on every single week is also on YouTube now. And it's The Gateway Show, just like a gateway, just like my book. And it's on YouTube, but there are other things that say Gateway. So you have to type in the word Sidell also, and it'll pull it right up. Or just type in RB Seidel at gate at YouTube, or just type in RB Seidel. But otherwise, just type in Gateway and Seidel, Sidell, and you will get to my other recordings, kind of like what I did, only a more expanded version of them. So I want you to know, every one of you out there, just remember something very, very simple. I don't know, how much more time do I have left?
We are actually moving to the final hour with 4 speakers, so we are good.
Okay, sure, I'm pretty much finished. Okay, one final thought then. Remember, Ken, you remember, me, I remember, every person listening this ever hears this. You are a miracle worker in a divine universe. Open yourself to miraculous possibilities every day of life. And God bless each and every one of you now and forever.
God bless you. See you later, Robert. And look forward to being on your show again Sunday, another day. And I'm looking forward to having you on my show. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm going to text you. I don't know, this may be too busy, but I could probably get you on the show very soon if you want, if you'd like to be on there.
Super. Thank you. Have a good day.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Derek, do you have a laptop? We need a laptop for this particular show. But Alok, you are on. Come on in. I have a feeling that we are twins. We are twins that chose to wear the right kind of shirt.
Yeah, we're out here choosing some joy.
So I know that you have I know you have a very busy, well, not busy, a very productive, joyous life, and that you are going to be back for a nice hour and a half to 2 hour conversation about how you bring joy to the world. And I want to say this is so appropriate. 23 hours of smiles lifts up to choosing joy. And
Absolutely.
I'm
Absolutely.
I'm so honored to have met you. I remember seeing your shirt, and I showed you Barry Shore's book called The Joy of Living. You said, "Can I have that book?" I said, "Can I have that shirt?" We were like, "Baboom!"
Yeah. Joyful tradesies.
So,
Absolutely.
would you please? I know that you have some other obligations, so can you take 5 minutes,
Yeah.
share who you are, how you came up with this, how people can be part of it, and just anything that has to do with why it generates so many smiles? And
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead
absolutely.
and exit out so
Absolutely.
you can have the full.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, I'm Alok. I'm out here choosing joy. I'm choosing to be with y'all today because y'all are so much joy. I'm on mission to make the world a more joyful place. I went through some tragedy early in my life where I'd lost my mother to suicide, and it was one of the most difficult times in my life. And as I went through life, I realized that despite tragedy, we're allowed to still be happy, allowed to smile, allowed to be joyful as long as we continue to choose joy. And I learned that choosing joy honors your emotions and the grief and the anger and everything that comes up, but that you're still allowed to smile because the smile is like the quickest way to joy. So I teach people all over the world how to live a joyful life. And we have this shirt called Choose Joy to remind us to choose joy. On the back, it said, Dear person behind me, smile, you're awesome. You deserve an immense amount of joy today. Love the person in front of you. And this shirt alone has just continued to make people smile. I've had people stop and tell me, wow, I was having a difficult day today and you had no idea. Yep, right there. If you look at Ken's shirt. Yeah, they said you had no idea what I was going through and it was a rough day and you just made me smile. And so if you want to get one of those shirts, so we have a website called madeyousmile.co, www.madeyousmile.co. And grab a shirt. You'll be spreading joy. You'll be making people smile, and they'll be gravitating to you. And you'll have some of the most amazing interactions because of it. But yeah, just I'm so honored to be here. And as Ken said, the most contagious thing in the world is a smile next to a yawn. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but yeah, just so grateful to be with you all today, and can't wait to connect further in the future.
I got to say something about this shirt. You put this on and you just go up a level or two in energy. I mean, it is a fun shirt to wear. And you get lots of compliments. People say, I love your shirt. You know, I've learned something recently. I learned about 2 months ago from a wonderful man in the mastermind. His name is Jim Lutz. You want to hear this? I mean, this is a new way of thinking about people.
Yeah.
You know, I see the shirt and I can say, that's a nice shirt, but the shirt can't respond. And he said, this is such a great way to shift a compliment to make it personal. And I say, Alok, you have great taste in shirts.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. So you
I love
direct
that.
the compliment to the person because they're the one who chose the shirt, not the shirt.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When people say great shirt, I'm like, oh, awesome. It says you're amazing too.
You
So
know, when
just
I take a picture and someone says, man, your camera takes great pictures. And I say, well, your mouth makes great compliments.
yes, I love it. Virtual high
Boom, boom.
five. Pop, 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 pop.
So, do you have joy events or just you? I know you speak all around the country and the world.
Yeah, so we're gonna be launching some joyful events coming probably like October or so.
Okay.
They're actually called Make You Smile events.
Are you serious?
So yeah,
Is there
yeah.
any way I can get invited? I want to be invited.
You have to be invited. There's no choice. It's not a Make You Smile event if the Dr. Smiley isn't there.
Well, you have about 96 people that have shared, well, 92, not you and me. So that's 94 minus two. So we have about 92 people that would love to know about that event. So keep us posted. And I mean, we have a very large amount of following according to YouTube. YouTube is very happy about sharing. The analytics are the world wants more joy and smiles. So we'd like to all come to your event and hug each other. And I think
No,
hugs are good too.
absolutely. Yeah, hugs are amazing. Hugs are amazing. But seriously, you having the Smile-A-Thon 24 hours is brilliant and amazing. And I can just feel the energy. So thank you for doing what you're doing
And
and
the gentleman who spoke earlier that you recommended, I
yeah.
want to thank you for that, because everyone that brings one more person in, it's doubling and tripling and quadrupling the amount of joy and ripple effect that we're supposed to have. And your word that's the most important there to me is not joy, it's choose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Choose
it's a very
joy, choose
powerful
to
word.
smile,
There,
choose to
there,
laugh.
and there are people that say, "I'm unhappy." I go, "Yeah, but choose to be happy." And they go, I can't." I go, "No, you really can't. It
Yeah,
is a
yeah,
choice."
it's just that easy. And sometimes it's them just needing to choose to feel their feelings, right? Sometimes it's hard to be happy or joyful if you haven't fully felt your feelings and kind of got them out there. So there's a joy in the different emotions out there that I teach. And so it's not just to be at this highly elated place. It's about really just being okay with the ebbs and flows in life and the anger and the stress and having the tools to kind of get through it. But it's all a part of the life of joy.
With that word choose, I just want to say that there was a word that was a thread throughout the 23 hours, and the word was gratitude. And I think if you need training wheels and you're saying, I cannot choose joy, or I can't choose to smile, I can't choose to be happy. If you said, well, are you grateful for your kids? Are you
Yeah.
grateful for coffee? Are you grateful? And you start choosing that gratitude, you all of a
Yeah.
sudden start choosing levels of happiness and joy.
Yeah. Yeah. What it does is it takes your mind away from the challenges and the negativity in your life and puts it on what you truly value, right? You could have stress at work. Oh, but I'm grateful for my kids. I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for the weekend coming up. You're no longer focusing on the thing that's taking you out of your joy. You're now truly valuing the thing that does bring you in your joy. And that's what gratitude does.
But just so we're clear with the Smile-A-Thon, when you have stress at work, you don't have to have it. You can
Yeah.
you can actually let it go so that you can actually relieve the situation that will
Yeah.
not be relieved if you're in the stress.
Absolutely.
And by the way, just to be massively vulnerable, this was the biggest challenge. And we're probably going to write 4 or 10 or 20 pages of all things we could do to improve, but not that was wrong, that could be improved. But
Yeah.
this undertaking technically was outrageous. A new team of 5 people had to work full time. We'd never worked together before. I mean, it's so many things. And by the way, everyone is like, okay, we just learned something else. We just learned something.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's the steps to the path, right? We're never getting the best Smile-A-Thon ever. It's just the step to the next best Smile-A-Thon, the next best Smile-A-Thon, as long as we look back and continue to improve and choose to improve it.
Well,
So
I just want to tell you, I love you. And before you leave, I wanted to bring Princess in. She's the one who brought me in to Qatar, for those in Qatar, and she bestowed me with an honor of the Ambassador of Peace. And we might have to have you talk to her about the Ambassador of Joy, because this is the Ambassador of Joy, Princess.
hello, Princess.
I'm on the blow, right?
I can feel your vibe already.
So she brings people to Dubai and to Qatar and to different parts of Africa, and she has all these global leaders that she honors with all kinds of different awards from the United Nations. Alok. So thank you for being here. This conversation made me feel like it's the first hour of the show. I mean, I'm not kidding you. You and me talking, I'm just so like alive again. I told my son, I said, if you tell me I can fall asleep on the side of the soccer field, I will do that. But right now I feel alive again.
I love it.
All right. So I think we have Derek, we have Michelle, and we have Princess. And then my son's gonna come over. We're gonna close out the hour. Alok, you are cool. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do the really big show and go deeper in those conversations. But I'm so glad I was able to wear. Oh my gosh, look at this, Derek. I mean, come on, this is crazy.
I
We,
love
we didn't even talk to each other. I mean, we just always wear this shirt when we see each other. All right, Alok, have a blessed day. Have a joyous day.
Yes, you too. Love you all. Take care.
the
Okay, so
ambassador of joy.
the ambassador of joy. Yes, indeed. So, Princess Ogunlana, this is Derek Bowles. And I just want to say we're going to be closing out the last hour. I think your time is coming up in at 12:30, but I'm going to have Derek just take a couple minutes to share about his Unstoppable. And he brought me into an event that you're going to love. It's a Sports Philanthropy Network, and they have all these alumni from the NFL and from the NBA, and they serve community with a smile, meaning they actually do mentorship. They go into schools, they speak. And so if it wasn't for Derek, I wouldn't be going to Chicago in 2 weeks to meet all these alumni that are not doing signatures and doing stuff that just is not really making a difference in the community. They're actually in the community making a difference. So Derek, we're going to give you the floor right now. And Princess, if you'll cut video, we're going to bring you in after Derek. All right.
No, that's great. Well, and I appreciate you. As you already know, it's nothing but love. And you can tell.
And
Just
plus the
excited.
haircut. Come on. I mean, you look so good. I mean, this haircut is fantastic. You know what I've been told because of all the bald people on the show? They're demanding that, I think it's September 17th is Bald Day. You know how this is National Smile Day? I mean, if you look up in Google, it says this is National Smile Day. This is.
Okay.
There's actually a bald day, and I believe it's September 17th. They want to do a baldathon.
Well, then we need to take the lead.
Yeah, I know. We had a couple people that said, well, then I'm going to go ahead and get a bald cap and put it over my hair. I don't know if we'll let that stuff slide. Look at this, Brian.
No. Hey, but you know what? It says a lot because that means that we are comfortable in our own skin. And that to me says a ton, as you already can tell. But I'm just excited to share some information.
Yep. So I'm gonna pull off the video. I want this to be your time. You're gonna get I don't know how much time, but you're gonna get between 5 and 9 minutes. Okay. I'll give you as many as I can.
All right. That's fine. Well, as you know, my name is Derek Bowles. I am excited to be present because I have a testimony that's profound. I'm a first generation everything. Give you a little bit of a snapshot. Played basketball, Belleville High School in Michigan. First generation college student. Idaho State University. Spent 24 years in Idaho. Um, and started a campaign a while ago, 2012, supporting young people. I did a bike ride from San Diego to New Orleans for the Super Bowl. Spoke at a number of high schools, impacted a lot of people, and we were doing it because there was a school shooting in Newtown, Connecticut, where 18 kids got unfortunately their lives taken away. And so I have 4 beautiful children. I decided to start a campaign to raise awareness called Stand Up America. Really profound, impacted a lot of people all over the country. And unfortunately, I finished that campaign and got really, really, really sick. Sick to the point where I shouldn't even be talking to you right now, but I am. And so I want to talk about that for a second. I'm super excited because I recovered from some very challenging issues in my own personal journey. Brain aneurysm, cellulitis, 2 strokes, um, defibrillator, heart surgery, back surgery, suicide ideation, blood clots, and then COVID-19. And so when you see me right now, it's really something that's much bigger at play. And now I'm reemerging, obviously, but I'm talking about stuff that's relevant because my perspective has changed. And one of the things, as you already know, our world, especially in the United States right now, has some questionable leadership, some questionable morals and compass that are taking place. And I'm stepping into a space to try to help young people see examples of how to be better as they move forward. So that's why I'm going to Chicago. I invited Ken. He'll be present as well. And we'll have an opportunity to not only talk about stuff that's impacting young people on a global scale, but really impact people in multiple levels. And so my message when I'm in Chicago is on mental health awareness. And as you know, as a Black man, we don't talk about it because it's such a challenging topic to talk about, especially when you tell people that you got some mental health issues, they label you as crazy. And for me, that's a problem. And so I'm getting ready to step in, step out, and change the narrative because that can't be the narrative. Because everybody, I don't care who you are, everybody that I know goes through mental health challenges. I don't care who you are.
We all have things that we deal with emotionally. We have trauma. We have things that we haven't overcome. We have so many things that show up in our own personal space, and sometimes that requires us to get support, get help, and get resources to help us get through it. And I think we've been having a conversation about stuff that really isn't in the best interest of us as individuals. Because remember, for things to get better, we got to get better. And so those are some ideas. I'm super excited. I just had a conversation with the business director at Michigan State University about hosting a Unstoppable Michigan State event on campus. We'll be working on that over the next year. And I'm just excited to be present. I mean, as I said, I don't believe in coincidences. I don't think things just happen by happenstance. I think things are always at play, but you have to be willing and be open to listen to your intuition and then follow what you're being told to do. So that's what I have for you, Ken, unless you need me to provide something else. But I gave you a lot right there. I gave you a
You
whole
did.
bunch.
You did. Michelle, come on back in. Come on back in, Michelle. I want you to meet Derek Bowles. He's connected me to some really powerful people, and I think she's going to be coming back. There. She is. So guess what I'm wearing, Michelle?
I love it.
I yellowed up. I saw you yelling up. I'm yelling up.
Nice to meet you, Derek.
That's funny.
Derek and I met at the Millionaire Mastermind in Phoenix with AC Caswell, and he went by our table, and I saw. I mean, come on, the haircut. I said, "Can I talk to you, sir?"
You look like twins.
That's funny, Michelle. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you.
That's great.
So we're going to bring Princess in right now, and you have met her. So we're going to let you know about the trips to Ghana and to Nigeria, to Dubai, and to Qatar that are happening this year, and maybe we can help you get there too. All right.
You already did Qatar. Next one is Ghana.
No, I think we're doing Dubai, and then she's doing a 1 or 2 days to Qatar, if I recall.
Because Dubai is on my birthday, so you should come. That'll be awesome.
Oh, okay, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Derek. You can exit now, and we'll be in touch with the next opportunity, which will be the Baldathon, I think it will be, and then October 3rd will be the International Smile Day. And by the way, International Smile Day, finally we get to bring all the people that are Princess's people from around the world to talk about smiles.
Wow.
Thank you,
That's
Derek.
great. Thank
Have
you.
a good day. Take care.
And I wanted to even say something about Derek Unstoppable Goals. You know my book, The Achiever's Power, and the subtitle is 50 Golden Nuggets to Becoming an Unstoppable Leader.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, so this is really great. So we do have something right in common right there. And I look forward to seeing you join us in Dubai and in Qatar. So looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Thank you. And that gets me excited. You already can tell that gets me excited. So thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
All right. So we have Princess. You have 9 or 10 minutes if it's okay with you. Michelle's going to share her story, and she's been an amazing partner that allows us to play big together. So, Princess, I'd like to turn the floor over to you and just share how you bring smiles to the world by bringing ambassadors of peace and going to the United Nations, and actually all the people, all the places that you go, that you bring people that have never seen the beauty of those places in the world. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that, we're on this call, because one of the things I always say, and even was a recent quote that I actually put on my social status, was happiness cannot be traveled to, honed, or hand. It is a spiritual experience of living every minute with love, grace, humility, and gratitude. And of course, I always encourage people to cultivate happiness from within, embracing life's moments with joy, acceptance, and compassion. And it is not a coincidence that some of the speakers that's gone before me today, we had one that was talking about joy. We had, of course, even the mindfulness right before the joy, and then of course we have the unstoppable coming up right before adding. So I want to say, I want to talk today about the power of a woman's smile to inspire the world. And this is what I try to capture in putting on programs, from the AWHPI Global Foundation, where we go around the world to, really just really spreading that joy and spreading that love. Now, the power of a woman's smile to inspire the world. One of the things I know is that the power to transform lives lies even in the first moment you meet each other, even whether it's been through a smile, a handshake. And one of the things that it does is that smile, really transform lives, uplift communities, and inspire a world. And that's the woman's smile is the power of it. A smile is more than just a facial expression. To me, it is a symbol of hope, resilience, strength. When a woman smiles, she radiates positivity, warmth, and kindness. Of course, a woman's smile can break barriers and build bridges. It can transcend cultures, languages, and borders. And it can connect people from all walks of life and foster a sense of community and belonging. And that is what we have achieved here at the First Ladies Forum. Because even the testimonies that have come from just the different things that happen when you connect across the room, and you don't even speak the same language. But when their smile connects with the next person across the room, whatever language barriers or what have you that is in between, when that smile comes out, it bridges that gap and it actually brings you together. A woman's smile can inspire others to take actions within even the programs that we're doing with the First Ladies Forum, to dream big and to believe in themselves. It can motivate others to make a difference, to stand up for what's right, and to fight for justice. Through our First Ladies Forum, we're empowering women, and we're doing that through the smile movement, especially when Dr. Michelle Moraz connected me to Dr. Ken Roshan Jr. And of course, and then finding out that he is the ambassador of Smile himself. He's an ambassador of joy. He radiates joy everywhere he goes. And so from that moment like this, we've been sharing this message of joy, of peace, and of just really that smile. And that smile was captured beautifully when we were in Qatar at the just concluded event. We believe that when women smile, they empower themselves and others. They show the world that they are strong, capable, and resilient, and they inspire others to do the same. And one thing I believe is that smiling creates a ripple effect, because a smile can create a ripple effect of kindness, of compassion, and of love. It can spread far and wide, touching hearts and lives. Everything that we do in this life is radiated through those effects of kindness, compassion, and love. When that is in your message that you're passing to people, I believe we definitely achieve the mission that we set out to do. My book, The Achiever's Power, 50 Golden Nuggets to Becoming an Unstoppable Achiever, is a true achievement that comes from within. It's about cultivating a mindset of positivity, resilience, and determination. Because I believe a smile is a powerful manifestation of this mindset. A smile is a powerful tool for change. It is a symbol of hope, of resilience, and of strength. And I want us to, as we go into this final hour, to let us celebrate the power of a smile and inspire others to do the same. Now, I'm going to leave you with few things, just few words on a call to action that I want to see each and every one of us actually practice and actually take into the world. to actually carry this message on to the next time when we actually do it. I want us to spread kindness, compassion, and love. And of course, because our organization is the African Women's Health Project International, AWHPI Global Foundation, where we empower women, I want us to have in the back of our mind too about empowering women and girls to smile brightly and shine in their light. Together, we can create a world where every woman's smile is valued, respected, and celebrated. And as we leave this space, let's carry the power of a smile with us. Let's share it with others, because one thing I know is that the smile is when you look at it, is the most powerful expression that you can give to another human being, but it's also to the cheapest. It doesn't cost you a thing. It doesn't cost you a dime. So when we smile, know that your smile radiates into on other people's life, even creating that ripple effect that ultimately inspire a world of kindness, compassion, and love. So those are the things I want to share with you today, Dr. Kane. And of course, I want to close out with the fact that in everything that we do, gratitude is a powerful practice, and that can bring joy and positivity to ourselves and those around us, just really by being grateful. And from conversations I've had with you, I've had with Dr. Michelle, I mean, in every post, in everything that you do, you have this art of gratitude. And I'm not surprised why when you wake up, even when somebody sees you, the first thing they see is they see the smile and they see the act of gratitude. Because even in little things, when we're grateful for little things, bigger things actually come into our part. So I just want to say, let's focus on what we're thankful for, and we can shift our perspective and actually cultivate a more optimistic outlook. My brothers, they always call me the hopeless optimistic, because I never have a bad day. I know whatever the situation is, because I know that, with just that mindset, that optimistic mindset, coupled with the faith that knowing that when God created us, He didn't create us to break. So whatever challenges that we have, that we go through in this life, that may bend us, it bend us whereby we feel it and it's hurtful. But one thing is this: when you keep that faith, you will spring back up. You will come back again. And that's the art of resilience and just keeping on. God did not make us to break. We may bend. The life may bend us, but definitely won't break us. Thank you.
You said something that really touched my heart. You said that you were optimist. What did you say the adjective before the optimist?
Hopeless, hopeless optimistic.
Yeah,
So
I described my mom as the eternal optimist. So
I like that. I
so
like
that
that.
that touches me, because the whole reason I grabbed a smile card was because my mom was the optimist that I could never ask for a better cheerleader. So when I got the card, it just jolted me that this is what I have to do with my life, is celebrate my mom and celebrate people that brings joy to the world and smiles and
Oh.
so thank you for that. And then I want to have two things that you share. One, how do people connect with you, support you with what you're doing?
So they can support us joining us on we're online at www.awhpi.org, and or they can go on www.firstladiesforum.org.
What is
And
AW?
of course, we're on Instagram at Instagram at Princess Moradion Ogunlana. Once you just spell out my name, Princess Moradion Ogunlana, and on Facebook and all the other social media as at AWHPI. So once you search for us there, we're very active on social media. So we definitely and we would love to hear from you. We'd love for you to join us. We have our next event coming up, two major events coming up. One is in July 10 to 12, in Little Rock, Arkansas, for our 20th anniversary of the organization. And so we are now over 2 decades in our work for humanity. So super proud about that, and the fact that uh, we're going to be giving out the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. So we're very excited about that happening. And then in October 20 to 24, in Dubai for the First Ladies Forum, where Dr. Michelle and Dr. Smiley, both of them are going to be right there, right front and center. Dr. Michelle is our incredible forever MC, I call her, for the First Ladies Forum. So those are happening. And of course, we're going to Ghana. We're going to be in Ghana August 1st. So July 28th through August 9th.
Yeah,
8th, August 8th. So we're going to be in Ghana for the global leaders for the David Douglas Global Leadership Award, with the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. So we're very excited about that. Dr. Michelle, Dr. Ken, everybody's going to be there. So you need to join us. Oh my God, how are you? Carbon copy. Your carbon copy, and so
Carbon copy.
brilliant. I've heard so much about you.
So we need
And
he
that's
actually
Ken
might
the third.
he might want to
Ken
go to Dubai. You want to go to Dubai?
I want to go once in my life. Like, I want to see all the
Well,
places.
she's inviting us.
come to Dubai.
It's in October.
You're coming to Dubai? Come to Dubai. Yeah, definitely. Let's feature him. I
Hey,
would love it.
Michelle, can you come on right now? This is important. There's a couple people that are really big fans of your voice, and I think I might have shared with you how much I would appreciate if you sang the song "Smile" by Nat King Cole. Is that possible?
Can I sing only a part of it?
Yes, you can sing a part of it, of course. Okay. I think it's a great send off to everybody. For those of you, please share at this time. This is one of I think my favorite songs.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are stars in the sky, you'll get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile, and maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through. If you just smile.
So Princess has made Dr. Miraz a MC, and we couldn't live without her as an MC, could we, Princess?
Oh my God, she's amazing. She's the MC of the mostest. I mean, she makes the event. She literally is the event. So you need to come and join us in Dubai so that you can actually experience the phenomenon that is Michelle Moraz.
And we might be going to Qatar for a day or two. I think that's a possibility, right?
Yes, yes.
And the Ghana, David Douglas is bringing me as only a performer. I'm only singing at the gala. It's weird.
My God.
Yeah,
I'm
only
God.
coming as a performer.
And
my God.
And she's lip syncing to me, and I have to say what she was going to say. So I have to learn to read lips. This is going to be great.
I'm excited. I can't wait. It's really everything is really coming together.
Well, I think we're at 25 minutes till the end, and Michelle might have a story that she wants to share. Kenny's going to be going to soccer. We actually planned this so that we'd start with Barry, who was the one who gave me a smile card, and that we'd finish with the people. Janelle could not be here at this time. She did 10 o'clock because she had to take off, but we're finishing with the people that continue to really expand the smile movement at a very high velocity. And what is this? Oh, the smile. Oh my gosh, she has a smile. I might have to get an earring like that. I don't have any earrings, but I might have. What do you think, Kenny? Should I get an earring with a smile? Yeah, a smile.
Well,
So-
Princess, I can't wait to see you again. And Kenny, I've been trying to make your eggs.
It's tough. And by the way, we're wearing egg yolk shirts.
We are.
Yolk.
Oh, Princess froze.
She might have. So I will go ahead. Should I just remove?
I think as host, you can remove her.
Okay. There we go. And there we go.
Oh, she's
yeah.
back.
There we go. Perfect.
She
Okay.
was frozen.
So Kenny has one last message and he's getting ready for soccer. Did you want to do that message?
Yes.
Okay. And before you do, is there anything else you want to say about the Smile-A-Thon? I mean, you were part of the reason we did this.
You're the reason why we're doing this 24-hour craziness.
I already said that the Smile-A-Thon is like a very great day. I would say over 2 days actually. So it's a great 24 hours and it's really good for you if you want to learn how to do business and also want to learn more about people. So this is a good show and
We should do it again.
yeah, we should do it again.
And
like in October?
Yeah, October 3rd. And remember, Princess, you're going to be a very big partner because you're going to connect every nation in the world, United Nations, into the zones all around the world so that everyone gets an easy time to speak about the power of a smile in their country. All right. So here we go. Kenny, you want to share about your new book? I'm gonna put you on. He has a book that he did. Can you see it, Princess?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's going to share his most recent book. He did this I think it was end of last year, right? Yeah. Yeah. So he did 2 books and it's to connect people with the most smiles you can connect. Go ahead, Kenny.
You want me off camera? I'll get off.
Yeah, you go. Kenny's going to share by himself right now.
Okay. Let me see. How do you?
There you go. Okay, Kenny, it's all yours.
Okay. So in my latest book,
I don't know what's going on here. Let me see if I can get this. There you
okay. So in my latest 2 books that came out around the same time, me and my dad collabed and wrote Conversations. Conversations is, as it says on the cover, connecting with the people you love. And what is in the book is that me and my dad just asked questions to each other. And if you read this, you'll learn more about us and like how we feel, our traits, and our life. Like this questions is about, is it like, if you could choose to live, where would you choose to live if you had to leave this country? My dad said France, and I also said France because it has many resorts. We both basically said the same thing.
What's your favorite question in the book?
Oh yeah, my favorite question.
Wasn't it who you would change, whose life you'd be? Is that the one? Could be someone else.
Oh yes, yeah. If we did something, we asked each other a question. It was a really good question. It was, who would you become if you had to become someone else for 30 days? And I said Elon Musk, and you said Elon Musk, right?
Yeah, but tell me the reason why.
So the reason why is because if we became Elon Musk, wait.
We both had a little different reasons.
Yeah.
Yours is really fun.
Mine was about basically transferring all the money to my account and charity. In my name, though, in my name. It would go to charity in my name, so I become really good. And people know it was not just Elon Musk. I would also connect all the people with myself, like Jeff Bezos, like all the big people who create big things.
And you'd be Elon Musk saying you need to connect with Kenny.
Yeah, I would do that. I would be Elon Musk and I would get on the news, like by myself on the news, and say you need to connect with Kenny, and everyone will start calling me, and then I will become an automatic billionaire.
And then once you share what you made for them.
Oh, so me and my dad realized that we could just make a book called Conversations, for you guys to connect with the ones that you love, but you guys don't get the connect because most of you guys aren't Ken. So this has blank spaces so that you could like pass it around to like your parents, your children, your grandparents, your cousins, and etc. So these are mostly the same questions. I'm pretty sure there's some new questions because we figured out some more. And yeah, there's questions like would you rather be oh, wait, which piece of land would you wish to have preserved forever? At what age do most people become old, and what is the secret to staying young? Which language would you like to speak fluently, and would you rather eat dairy or vegetables for the rest of your life?
That's
So,
good.
yeah,
That's
some
perfect.
good questions.
So you can go ahead and exit, and I will go ahead and bring back Michelle. And you
Okay.
did a great job as always. So
I know.
thank you. I know you know. All right. So I think we're going to let me see if I can do multi-speaker here. There we go. So Michelle, you were so giving, and thank you for hosting, and thank you for signing up for so many spots. You were definitely the best partner for this Smile-A-Thon, and that's why I had to change into yellow so that I felt like I was your twin. So, what do you think?
That was a great marathon.
Yeah,
We've learned a lot of lessons, and we know how to do the next one. And thankfully for the team behind all of this, the Perfect Publishing team who was manipulating and running and changing things. No one else on the outside saw this. And that is the power of a team. And I'm so proud of every one of our team members and Perfect Publishing to make this happen, because we have never done anything like this before.
No, not even close. As a matter of fact, I almost feel afraid to divulge it, but I'm going to divulge it anyway. It was roughly 18 minutes before live that Faison figured out the final switch that had to happen for this to go to YouTube instead of Facebook. I mean, and
it's
Faison,
okay. It's okay. It worked no matter what.
And I think it all operated very well because no one was thinking about how mistakes are happening, but how we're learning from them.
Yeah.
So I think, and I was just so thankful. We're going to have tons of pages of learning, and you know what? We couldn't. The message we have, Michelle, about doing a book is just do it. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be your first one. It's your practice book.
Well, that's the joke with Perfect Publishing. Nothing's perfect, right? And nothing should ever be expected to be perfect. And you said something earlier today about choosing joy, choosing love, choosing what you allow to affect your life. And that's the power of Keep Smiling. We choose.
Yeah. And those two, the words perfect and smile. It's funny. The more you must have things perfect, the less smiles you have. And the more you smile, the more perfect things are.
Yes. And I think that was what was happening.
Will you make that into a GIF? Will you make that into a GIF for me?
I just might. Yes. Actually, I think Daniel's far better at making those things than I am. But think of all we learned from all the different people. And what I thought was really neat was, that so many of us have the same philosophy, but give it in completely different words. And that is the power. When I was given this, when I was at the John Maxwell team, someone said, and I was afraid to go on stage. Can you imagine me being afraid to be on stage? Someone told me, one of the coaches said, someone is waiting for your voice. And what I remember that clicking in me to be on stage, but what it clicked on me with this entire 24 hours is we're all having the same message in some way, shape, or form, but someone is waiting for the way you share that love, that smile, that joy. So if you're out there and you're watching, or if you're sharing this, understand someone's waiting for one of these voices that have been on this 24 hours.
And I think you might have met or seen Dr. Smile. Her name is Roz.
Yes. She confused me. I'm like, Dr. Smile, where's the Y? Yeah.
And the cool thing is Dr. Stan Harris was the one who introduced her, because if we didn't go for 96 and we just went for 6 hours, we could have filled it. And going for 96 stretched us so much. And I don't know why, but I thought of it's got to be 24 hours. I didn't have a reason. And all these amazing people stepped up. But when Dr. Smile met me, she said, I tell people I've been wanting to meet you for, I think it was 5 years or 10 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
a long time. And she says, someone in the audience says, "Isn't he competition?" And she laughed. And when she told me, I laughed because there's no competition in joy. There's no competition in happiness. And I said, if I was next to you and she said that to me, I would have said, I hope she wins, because the person that wins is making the world better every time.
First one who smiles wins.
And I think Tony has an exit. He has an exit poem he was going to say to us. So Tony, when you come in, we still have a couple minutes. Michelle and I are just reminiscing about a great 23 hours. And Michelle, you and I did, we've done 50 shows at least, if not 100, but we've done a lot of shows. And the show we did a week or two ago, I've gotten so many compliments that people that have followed you for years, they've never seen and heard the full story. So
that's not the full story, but what you did on that show is you caught me off guard. You have never asked me a serious question like that and when you asked it on live, it shook me. And it's a story I don't normally share. So I was very vulnerable, and I was watching as a speaker coach, critiquing myself because I couldn't look at the camera. It was so uncomfortable for me to share it live like that. So thank you, because it helped me get through an uncomfortable talk that I don't like to talk about, but need to apparently.
Well, I want to tell the kind of grandiose plan here. So first of all, we've all kind of heard many, many times there's an October 3rd International Smile-A-Thon. The United States one was just happened to be the right time when Dr. Smiley show even started. It started this month, 21 days ago, because of Phase-On. There are 50 shows in the pipeline that are coming into there. Of the people that are released in the first 10 days, 3 of them spoke on the Smile-A-Thon. That's Janelle, Michelle, and Dr. Greg Reed. So if you want to see a deeper conversation beyond the smile and hear their story that actually evolved into this beautiful talk they gave today or yesterday, I encourage you to listen to their story, because there's so much to each of these people. There's so much complexity. There's so much of a journey, and there's so much of a determination of what you call unstoppability, unstoppable apologies, right?
Unapologetically.
Yes. I'm confusing with Derek, who's unstoppable.
Yes.
So I just want to say that if you have someone that needs to be on the next Smile-A-Thon, please let them know early, because what we had at the end was just a ton of people trying to grab the last spots, and there just weren't enough spots left. So we didn't think that would happen. Brian Tarr, if you're listening, thank you so much for what you created. I've always been, how you do this on paper. I have tons and tons. I mean, I have probably about 30 notepads of all the things I think of and download. And Brian has finally gotten me comfortable that there's such a thing as a computer that you can type it in and other people on the team can help build it. So,
and you know darn well this amazing team is watching and supporting at the end. Trust me, they're here.
They are. And Phase-On, big hero. We had a little glitch around 5 hours ago, and he quickly got us back going. So, by the way, for those of you who've never done this before, I'm going to tell you, you're going to want to talk to the team here. We have a wealth of information. You can only record so long on the Zoom, and you can only go so long with streaming without recording. In other words, it's something like 12 hours. So without getting into too much of the details, there's a lot of IT to this. And so I'm very happy that Phase-On, Brian, and the rest of the team, Amy and Ann, so thankful to all of you for being 24 hours of alertness, focus. And by the way, anytime someone came in, they quickly got them. If they needed to share, they quickly got them to share. So big round of applause for our team.
How do you get on the list for the next Smile-A-Thon? Great question.
I think we're going to probably post that with Brian so that there's more of an onboarding. I'm not going to say what I would normally say, which is
do not say what you want to say, because yes, we have an onboarding.
Brian, are you proud? I'm sealing my lips. I'm not going to divulge the wrong way to do this. So
go to perfectpublishing.com.
Yes. So Brian has got a beautiful company. It's the sponsor of this entire event. It's called the CRM Pros, and he is going to have an onboarding. So you can go to a calendar, you can make a request, and you're going to watch a video to kind of get approved. So we have the right lighting, the right laptops, the right everything, and that you just know it's 15 minutes. Well, it's actually 12 minutes with opportunities to have some questions. So Brian, thank you so much. You were beyond the zebra in the room. Seriously, you were probably almost the entire zoo.
Thank you, Brian, for all you've done.
All right. Well, we're down to 9 minutes. I want to bring Tony in, please. Tony.
And for those of you who are waiting for me to share my story, go to Ken's YouTube page. It's the same page that you're on right now, and look for the story with me on it, because we've run out of time. We've had too many people wanting to participate, and you know how to reach me.
Yes. And Tony, you started the show. You did your own talk, and you're finishing this show with a poem. And I know you have one ready. And we're excited because the Power Smiles is going to actually have that exact order. It's going to say, what is a smile, is the first page. And the last page in the book will be, of course, this poem right here. So you'll share the poem, and then I'm going to bring Michelle back in for closing remarks.
Okay. And I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm, so if all of a sudden I blank out, that's why.
Oh.
All right. We started with What is a Smile? We're closing with a poem that I wrote at Ken's request called The Power of a Smile. In a moment of despair, it can bring hope. It welcomes strangers in a strange new land. Gazing out onto an epic vista, acknowledges. Holding a hand to one in need, confidence. Confidently gives a daughter in marriage. Tripping over a toy unseen, laughter. It changes the tone of a monotonous speech. Allows a baby to relax in safe arms. Welcomes an unsure lover. Preludes the energy before a laugh. Relieves the pain of an arduous run complete. It calms the panic of a tragic victim. Entranced millions over the centuries. Returns a lost memory from within a photo. Gratifies a lonely soul fearing abandonment. Honors a hero returning from war. It causes a memory of kindness that is not forgotten. Praises the creator of a crafted gift. Acknowledges the completion of a task. Allowance for an honest debate. Deceiving an enemy who fears defeat, it also awards a team in victory. In abundance can cause arching joy, subtly allows for a secret to escape, and in a moment of intimacy, the power to show love.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much. And just a reminder, Tony lives in the DC area, DMV area. He has he's very in the know of what events to go to and who's having them. So thank you for all the invites you've helped me show off and meet smilers. And secondly, you were the one that said, you're doing this New York thing, the Jumbotron. You know, in your backyard, you have the Library of Congress. And I said, yeah, I know I have it. And you said, have you seen it? And you were the one who opened the doors to a magnificent, probably one of the most beautiful buildings in the United States.
Yep.
And it's in our backyard. And you have, I think you've helped create 4 of those experiences. And we're going to do another one, I'm sure, this year where people can meet you.
And I'll be honest with you, I absolutely love having you come along to events, because guess what? There's no better photographer to get pictures of me with awesome looking people.
Yes, and it's been so busy with this. I'm going to say that your photos are forthcoming very soon.
I already seen some of them. So
awesome. Well, there's still some more, I believe. So
okay.
Thank you very much, Tony. And
thank you.
I'll bring Michelle back in for the final 4 or 5 minutes. Just a couple of quick announcements. Michelle, are you here? My buddy, my partner. Man, have we traveled?
Yes, we have.
What a trajectory. And I wanted to say that it's I don't get to exercise. I get to exercise this one a lot, but you've helped me exercise cards I don't get to show as often. and what did you see the smiles on all the folks that were wearing holding the Arabic card? And you actually inspired me to really do this book here called Keep Smiling Covers, because yours. Oh, I passed it just now. There it is.
There's one thing missing in all that.
What is it?
On each one of those covers, the QR code to get the book on PDF should be there.
It should be. It should be there. As Barry would say, it will be there.
It will be there soon, because smiles.
So for those of you who don't know, I guess 2 of my favorite, two just really wonderful covers we came up with. One is Baltimore. And if you know anything about Baltimore, it was in the #1 homicide. It was the #1 rated city for homicide. And I had a real problem with that. I live 22 minutes from Baltimore, and I said, the Keep Smiling movement has got to be taking care of my backyard, Baltimore, because there's no reason for people to be shooting and killing each other. So we made a book called Keep Smiling, Hun. And this is where, where's that movie? The movie with the big hairspray. Yeah, that was done here in Baltimore. And then the other thing, my culminating book cover, which has never been completed, and Michelle, I share it with you. I think I've shared it before, is The Hope Dealers.
Mhm.
So Keep Smiling Hope Dealers are really the Gandhi-esque, the Mother Teresa types who are crazy enough to believe that this world can be filled with love, smiles, and joy. And, you know, everyone here is helping make that possible. So
Now, what we want to say towards this end is the thing that Barry Shore, who started it all for you by handing you that Keep Smiling card, is SMILE is the acronym for Seeing Miracles in Life Every Day. It doesn't have to stop today because it's International Smile Day, just like Dr. Smiley likes to say, smile every day and share that smile because you don't know who needs it. Oh, and share this post, share this whole thing, the whole video thing.
yes, and for those of you who missed part of it, Faison and team are helping chop this into the 15-minute TED Talks, and we're going to be releasing them as soon as we possibly can. It might be the course of about 3 weeks or so, but there's going to be about 100 of them. And please share them. You don't, like Michelle said earlier, there could be the voice of one person that actually saves a life or just changes the choices they make about how they live their life more powerfully. So enjoy your day. We split this day to honor Barry yesterday because he celebrates this day as a Sabbath. And I just want to say anything is possible if you expand your mind to actually allow it to be.
And remember, if you just smile.
You know, we have to, when we do the Power of Song, we need to put a playlist in the back of just all the songs that have smile in it.
Oh, yeah. And I want to do one plug. Can I do a plug?
Do a plug.
If you liked my voice and you want to hear more of it, go to my website, michellemoras.com, MRAS.com. And the very top is my album. But if you go to my YouTube page, I have an entire page of just me singing randomly in different places.
And if you didn't really dig her voice, you didn't appreciate it, talk to the world and say, why am I the only one that doesn't get how beautiful her voice is?
All righty.
All right. So everybody, please come back in. Come back in. Let's say goodbye. Let's say farewell and leave with a smile. Everyone, please.
Yay, team. Everybody's team.
In the future, this is one thing we've learned is we can have all 100 people or however many people are participating say, keep smiling. Welcome to the internet, to the national. Welcome to the, no, I said.
You need to just stop with keep smiling because all those other words became.
Okay. So I will say the part of thank you for being at the National Smile Day, Smile-A-Thon. And we will all say together on the count of three, keep smiling. 1, 2, 3. Keep smiling. Thank you.
We should take a picture of all of us that are left smiling, and then we can post that too.
Okay, I'm gonna take the screenshot first.
Can you do it?
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it with my screenshot first. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and smile. And I'm doing one with my phone.
Okay.
And then we have
all the troopers that stayed.
I know. 1, 2, and 3. Love. Awesome. All right. So we have learned so much. Thank you for everyone that stayed and everyone. And by the way, everyone that had to go and you were part of this, it connected all this to be a string of smiles. So we have so many inspiring things that are going to come from this. I remember every single event, Princess, when I went to your event, I got new ideas I wanted to do with my life. I got new ideas I wanted to do with people that I met. And you get to meet bigger people when you think bigger. So Thank you very much and have a wonderful Smile Day.
Thank you. We all look like we're some sort of commercial for dental for Colgates. For Colgates for any of
we're a toothpaste commercial.
Toothpaste commercial.
How do
yes,
I get hearts?
beautiful
I want hearts
smile.
Can I get hearts going too?
Oh, I love the hearts.
I want hearts.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
I got some hearts going.
There we go. Yes, let's fill it up with the hearts. Yes.
Oh, that's
Yes.
awesome. I really like these heart things. I
Yeah,
might
that's
just,
cool.
you know what? I might just stay the next 24 hours, just have these hearts going up. And
Okay, you do that. I got a life to live.
all
Love
right.
everybody. We'll see
Bye-bye.
you
Take
soon
care.
sometime.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And by the way, we didn't cheat. We went 24 hours in a minute. We didn't cut it short. We went over. That's what you do with a smile. You go over and above. All right. Take care. You smile.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a happy, successful day. Good job, Ken.
Thank you. So we have Faison, you're there. I think you are. So Faison, Brian, I have iCloud. Apparently it picked up a lot of stuff I didn't get when I was not recording. And I have a very, very big